Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
There we go. Well, welcome everybody. My name is Michael Silvers. I'm Vice President of the Los Angeles Tribune. For myself and Mr. Morock, our CEO, I am so excited to be here tonight. I am so excited to support and to do whatever we can to bring our voice to the voiceless, to take us out around the world. We've had shows from Japan. We've had shows in Australia. And now we are so excited to have the Los Angeles Tribune having the leadership show of Singapore, looking at who that next generation is and what we're going to do with what we have now. It's my honor, and the person I'm about to bring onto the stage with me is your host for the night. She has spoken around the world. She has really electrified audiences, but she's always about giving back and about heart and about how to do it the right way, but also how to make a lot of money. Let me bring to the stage Crystal Chow.
Thank you for the warm welcome and introduction, Michael. You're amazing. So Michael is always about the heart, helping to actually elevate humanity and service. So that's what we are really similar on. Thank you.
You're welcome. It's great. It's so great to have you on. And I'm going to just jump really quickly. And by the way, everybody, this next 3 minutes, this is our recorded part of the whole night. But we got a wonderful message from DC Cordova, who founded Money in You. And there's a lot of people in Singapore who have heard this message, and many around the world. And she dropped this message for us to play. And I think it's beautiful. So without any further ado, everybody take a listen, and we'll be right back.
Aloha, everyone. I am Dame Doria Cordova, the CEO and owner of Accelerated Business School for Entrepreneurs and the Money in You program, And I want to give a big shout out to the Los Angeles Tribune and congratulations for your expansion globally and now in Singapore. And I know that you're going to different countries, but you're now talking about my homeland, just about. I lived in Singapore. The Money and You program has been held there since 1992. We have over 40,000 Money and You graduates in Singapore alone. But of course, I also love Malaysia and all the neighboring countries. I love Asia Pacific. But I want to congratulate you for expanding your work. And I want to share with all of the Money and You graduates who are listening to this, who are watching the first leadership summit in Singapore through the Los Angeles Tribune, that what you're seeing here is collaboration. Remember, in the Money and You program, that's one of the key teachings about collaborating with others so that we can transform the world for better. The Los Angeles Tribune is committed to bringing good media to the world, bringing the best speakers, the best masters, the best trainers, the best entrepreneurs, the best professional people from all walks of life who have mastered their field, and they bring free education to the masses worldwide. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to encourage you for you to be in the audience, in the virtual audience, meet all the different people that are going to be watching the show with you, and for you to take in that information and learn from all these beautiful people that are going to be sharing their wisdom with you. And of course, a big shout out to our partner, Dame Wendy Tan, one of Malaysia's most successful female entrepreneurs in the engineering, fire protection business, but also who is our partner in the Accelerated Business Schools curriculum. I also want to give a big shout out to Michael Silvers, who has worked very hard at putting this together, and his work with our beautiful Money and You graduate, Mo Rock, the owner and leader of the Los Angeles Tribune, where you can see that him and his team and our team collaborate all the time in bringing the best work. The Los Angeles Tribune is committed to bringing media, good media, transforming the news out there, and to be able to give good news and good products, good services, and good information so that we can have a better life in every area of our lives, better businesses. So congratulations, the Los Angeles Tribune. I wish you tremendous success, which I know you're going to have as you expand your influence and your work throughout the world. Aloha.
You know, she's she's so amazing, what she's done and how many lives that she's touched, and how she always just supports everything that we do. And when our CEO, Mr. Morock, really brought positive media to the world, how could she not? Because that's part of
Yeah,
her message. So,
exactly. And it just feels
Doria
so
Cordova,
supported
yeah,
to have Doria supporting us in our journey. And being
it
a
really
Money and You
does.
graduate too, I can totally resonate with what she's saying in terms of the collaboration, in terms of co-elevation, because these are really wonderful universal principles for success and money.
It is so true. Well, with that being said, just tell us your excitement about the show today.
Wow. So I'm so grateful for Los Angeles Tribune to shine a spotlight to our thought leaders in Singapore, because in today's session, we will have multiple thought leaders to actually talk about different aspects of leadership so that you can actually have a holistic view on leadership and how to future-proof this changing leadership dynamic. So it's going to be a really interesting lineup. So I even prepared myself my notebook and also a pen so that I can take down important notes that I will be learning together with all of you through the thought leaders that we'll be having in the session today. So this will be a really exciting session, which I'm so looking forward to.
It's going to be so great. And the great thing about this, again, is for everybody listening, first of all, do exactly what Crystal said. Get something to take notes on. That's number one. Number two, we are on for about 5 hours. So don't go anywhere. Stay with us, because there's going to be, I mean, our first two gentlemen who I'm going to make sure everybody's on and they're ready to go is really exciting. And then we have the panels of just the leaders in Singapore, but they're worldwide leaders. And you're going to hear so much to take notes and find that one thing today, maybe two or three that you can use immediately. And if you share the link that is for the registration page and you register and make sure everybody else does, we're going to have a special call. We've decided in about maybe 2 weeks or less, we're going to have a special call for those that register. And we're very excited about that. So you're going to hear Crystal all through the show mentioning that link and putting it in there, and we'll put it in the box. It's a very simple, because don't complicate it, right? It's LAT SingaporeShow.com. That's LAT SingaporeShow.com. Well, I'm really excited for the next two gentlemen that we're about to bring up. I'm going to turn this over to Crystal so I can make sure that I've got them ready to go. And then she's going to, and by the way, just know that when somebody says go to commercial, this is not a 5-minute commercial. It is literally a moment for you to go get water or whatever you need to make sure you're right back. So without any further ado, Crystal, I'm going to make sure our two amazing gentlemen are ready, and here you go.
All right, so these two amazing gentlemen, they have really changed my life. So I would like to take this time to introduce Jim Kwik. So he's a world-renowned #1 brain coach in the world. So he's the founder of Kwik Learning, and he's the author of the best-selling book, Limitless. And the truth is, after reading this book, he has reignited my love for learning. And through his teaching, he has actually impacted millions globally and helping millions to unlock the peak performance. And Jim is actually on a mission to upgrade minds of humanity. And today, he's here to help us to make this shift, to rethink how we can actually learn to learn. And alongside, we also have Mr. Joseph McClendon III. So he is a high-performing psychologist and the founder of Neuro Encoding Institution. And this man, he is amazing. His energy is electric. And he actually shared the stage with Tony Robbins for over 30 years. Can you imagine the energy that he's bringing? So just like Jim Kwik, he actually coaches world leaders, executive, athletes, and he is an incredible man who has helped millions to shift from fear into action. So let's put our hands together to welcome both of these amazing gentlemen.
And it's going to be great. We're going to go to commercial first because I have to bring them in. They're coming in through another feed. So we're going to go to commercial, and then everybody hold on to your hats. Here we go.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Well, welcome back. Welcome back. Listen, strap in. And the reason I say that is, when I was a kid, my mom used to always say, son, you are special, just like everybody else. And what she meant by that, and I really believe that as well, is that all of us have something special about us. All of us are really good at something. All of us excel at something. And I believe that we can all learn from everybody. And speaking of special, then there's this guy, Jim Kwik. Now, Jim is arguably one of the world's most renowned specialists and experts on brain health and how our brain works and how to use that information to get the very best out of ourselves. But the best part about it is Jim has earned these accolades and that level of success the old-fashioned way, and that is by helping other people. So it is my pleasure and my joy to introduce you, or probably reintroduce you to this man, because if you look up the brain in Google, I'm sure there's going to be his name somewhere. Welcome. This is Jim Kwik. Jim, welcome.
So good to be here with you, Joseph. Thank you, everyone who's tuning in to this brainy conversation.
It is, isn't it? Well, listen, so good to see you again. You know, you and I met a couple of decades ago,
Yeah.
I believe, yeah. And I have watched you soar through time. And I want to start things off. Let's handle that elephant in the room. You're wearing glasses because, as you shared with me yesterday, what happened to you?
Oh, as part of my brain training, I do. It's important to move, right? Movement is key. The number one reason we have a brain is to control our movement. And as your body moves, your brain grooves. So in my morning routine, I do some martial arts. And yeah, the other day I got scraped in the eye when I was sparring. And yeah, so I'm wearing these biohacking glasses that some people have seen before, just as more of a vanity. So you don't see it, my eyes kind of a little bloodshot. But yeah, it's really good to be here with everybody.
You as well. And I was thinking about this when you told me that yesterday, is that here you've got this beautiful special brain and you put it in danger of getting hit in the head. But anyway, I want to jump into things. First off, tell us a little bit about your journey. And I know here's the great part about it, ladies and gentlemen, is that Jim is actually one of the greatest parts about him. He makes things not just simple, but makes it so that anybody can understand. But he also gives usable, tangible things so we can get a result. And I know he's going to share some of that as well. But share with us a little bit, just kind of how you got to where you are, what made you so interested in how we function in terms of our brain.
Yeah, I really want to turn this into a masterclass in two subject matters that I write about is and research and coach is brain optimization and accelerated learning. Your ability to learn rapidly, I feel like, is one of the most important skills to develop today. Your ability to focus, your ability to think, solve problems, to be able to read faster, improve your memory. It will give you a great mental advantage in your career, in your life. You know, because every day we're sprinting to catch up, new technology, new ideas, new people, fast changes, endless updates. It happens in our business, in our industry, even in our daily personal life. And if anyone's listening, maybe they feel a little overwhelmed by the growing data clutter. You know, they're stressed out by all the knowledge that you must absorb and process and read and remember. And how do you stay on top of it all? A lot of people go out there and buy books and they sit on people's shelves unread. And it becomes shelf help, not self help. So I want to help people with the overload. I want to help them be able to focus in a world full of distractions. I want them to have a better memory so they're not as forgetful and lose time and credibility and make mistakes. And when people, I know you and I, for decades, we go on these stages, and if there's time, I'll do these demonstrations where I'll pass around a microphone in an audience and have people introduce themselves. And then I'll memorize and recall 50, 60, 100 people's names. And I always tell people,
if you haven't seen that, it is remarkable. All of us sit there going,
an important skill, but I always tell people I don't do this to impress people. I do this really express, you know, what's really possible, because the truth is every single person who's joined us right now, you could do that too, regardless of your age or stage in life, regardless of your career, education level, your history, your IQ. We all can. We just weren't taught. You know, school is a great place to learn what to learn: math, history, science, Spanish, but there's not a lot of class on how to learn. There's no class called focus or flow or problem solving or speed reading or memory improvement, right? And so, and I know it's possible, to answer your question, because I grew up with severe learning disabilities. When I was 5 years old, I was in kindergarten class and I had an unfortunate accident. I had a traumatic brain injury. I was rushed to the hospital covered in blood. And when I woke up, you know, I was different. You know, my parents before said I was very energized, very curious, very playful, but I really shut down. And where it really showed up was in school. I had these processing issues. I would poor focus, poor memory. I would have migraines every day when I was 5, 6 years old. Took me 3 years longer to learn how to read. And that was very frustrating and really took a toll on my self-esteem, you know, my self-confidence. I had a lot of doubt. When I was 9 years old, I remember I was slowing down the class because the teacher would have to repeat herself over and over again. I was being teased pretty harshly by the other kids. And the teacher came to my defense. She pointed to me from the whole room and said, "Leave that kid alone. That's the boy with the broken brain." And, she was all the good intentions, I'm sure.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah. But all I walked away with was like, oh, I'm broken.
Brain, right.
And adults have to be very careful of their external words because they often become a child's internal words. So every single time I did badly in school, I would say, oh, because I have the broken brain. And that became my self-talk, my belief systems. And so
and your identity.
Yeah, big time. That label became my limit, if you will. And I struggled all through school, elementary school, middle school, junior high, high school. I would work hard, come from immigrant parents, it's just, but I would work 2 or 3 times harder, but I would still be barely, passing my classes. And, eventually when I was 18, I found a mentor and got turned on and to the power of the mind. I started really studying the mind, the brain, adult learning theory, ancient mnemonics. I wanted to find out, how did people remember before there was technology? Before there was a printing press, how would people remember important ideas, information to better their lives? And light switch flipped on after about 2 months of studying this, and I couldn't help but help other people. And one of my very first students I started to tutor, she was a college freshman. She read 30 books in 30 days.
Wow.
And they were all books. And I want to find out not how. I taught her how, but I want to know why. What was her motivation? And I found out her mother was diagnosed with terminal cancer, was only given a couple months to live. And the books she was reading were books to save her mom's life.
Oh, right.
And, I said prayers, good luck. 6 months later, I get a call from this young lady and she's crying profusely. And when she stops, I found out they're tears of joy that her mother not only survived, but it's really getting better. The doctors don't know how or why. But her mother attributed 100% to the great advice she got from her daughter, who learned it from all those books. And in that moment, I realized, Joseph, 2 things: that if knowledge is power, learning is our superpower.
Ooh, I love it.
We all have that superpower. And the other thing I discovered at that moment was my dharma in life, my mission. Growing up as the boy with the broken brain, being a slow learner, I wanted to build better, brighter brains. No brain left behind. I want to show people that they can learn and they have genius inside of them. And, that's what we do with our podcasts, with our books, with our conferences, with the work that we do. And so, very excited to be here.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. And for everybody listening, the reason why I wanted him to share that with you is this. Look, 99 and 9/10% of the people on the planet never go through TBI, traumatic brain injury. And so wherever you are, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter your age, your race, your gender. It doesn't matter where you are. You start right now. And here's a man that can share things with you. Obviously, because he's done it himself. I always say that, we don't teach theory around here. We don't teach something that we haven't experienced ourselves. And more importantly, and especially in Jim's case, that we haven't shared and taught other people to do as well. So wherever you're starting, wherever you are right now, that's where you start. No matter what has happened to you, no matter what your history is, no matter what's going on, that's where you start right now. So Jim, if you would, I'd really love to just turn it over to you and share with us maybe some insights on how to, I love that sign behind you, limitless, and, the things about unleashing your full potential and that kind of thing. Share with us a little bit about maybe what we can do with what we have to make a big difference in our lives.
Well, thank you, Joseph. We'll turn this into a little masterclass. I encourage everyone to take out a notebook. Everyone knows there's a learning curve, but there's also a forgetting curve.
Oh.
When you hear something on a podcast, you read it in a book, you hear it at a lecture, within 48 hours, we forget on average 80% of it. So I encourage people to take some notes. I want to start with an idea here, like a little metaphor. The theme of this event is around transformation, right? Unleashing your full potential. This is a transformational experience with Joseph and his amazing friends. I want to show people how to unlock and unleash more of their brain's potential. Your brain is your number one wealth building asset. It's not like it was thousands of years ago where our value in society was our brute strength. Today, it's our brain strength. It's no longer our muscle power. Today, it's our mind power. And again, the faster you can learn, the faster you could earn. Because today, knowledge is not only power, knowledge is profit. Right. The faster you can learn, the more you can learn, the more you can earn. really, because there's not only a divide of those who have and those who have not, there's a divide between those who know things and those who don't know things. And those who know things can make better choices, better decisions. There's a quote in my book, Limitless, which is all about upgrading your brain, learning anything faster to unlock your exceptional life. It's life is the letter C, and please everyone write this down. Life is the letter C between the letters B and D. Life is C between B and D. What does B stand for? B stands for birth, D stands for death, life, C, choice. You know, our lives are the sum total of all the choices we've made up to this point. And these difficult times, I believe they could diminish you. These difficult times, they could distract you, or these difficult times, they could develop you. We ultimately decide. And so I want to give some decisions, some recommendations, science-based, out of psychology and neuroscience. I love how you say, you know, you're practical, a psychologist, and you want rapid results, and that's what in that spirit I want to give people the same ideas that they can immediately implement to make their lives better and make real transformation. Now, when I think about the word transformation, I think about like the metaphor of a butterfly, right? Because while the beauty is in the butterfly, the growth happens in the cocoon. And sometimes we feel like we're cocooning. You know, some people listening might be feeling that they were alone. I mean, certainly during the pandemic, you know, you're alone with your thoughts, your fears, your doubts. You might be feeling alone, which is loneliness is a mental health challenge on the rise. And part of the stress comes clinging to a world that was, rather than progressing and continuing the cycle to become that butterfly. And so if anyone right now is struggling with a decision or a dilemma, you know, maybe just it's not what you need to do. Maybe most of us, when we're faced with the challenge, we say, what do I need to do? Or what do I need to say? And I would suggest maybe we take a step back, and before you ask yourself, what do I need to do in this situation? Ask yourself, who do I need to be? Who do I need to be? Let's say you're having a spirited debate with a family member and you're thinking about, what do I need to do to make this better? What do I need to say? But maybe you could say, okay, who do I need to be? I need to be loving. I need to be compassionate. And then the doing and the saying happens naturally, right? And so there are decisions you can make. And I want to give people 6 C's to start out with, and then I'll go into the brain optimization and learning faster. 6 C's, and I like to alliterate so they're more easily memorable, but 6 C's to help you really win each and every day. And the first one is clarity. You know, we know clarity has a lot of power behind it. A lot of people are just busy, and the challenge is they're so busy, they don't know if they're going the right direction. So the goal is not just to be busy and go fast nowhere, right? And for clarity, it really is what's most important to you. You know, what's most important to you in life, what's most important to you in your career, what's most important to you in your relationships. I always think that it's not so much time management, but more mind management. It's about priority management. And the most important thing is to keep the most important things the most important things. The most important thing is to keep the most important things the most important things. And that's where clarity starts. The second C that maybe we can lean into more is care. I just want to remind everyone that self-care is not selfish, that you have permission to rest. You are not responsible for fixing everything that is broken. You do not have to try and make everyone happy. You know, you are the greatest project you're ever going to get to work on. So take time, make time to create magic. Right. And we could talk about some of the things you could do to care for your brain, some routines, simple things you could do to elevate your brain health and your brain's performance. The third C that would be very to be able to cultivate is contribution. Do you know, like, chronic stress will shrink the human brain? You know, when you're in fight or flight, it kind of holds you hostage in your survival mode and doesn't allow you access to your thinking, your problem solving, your better decision making. And so I feel like an antidote to that stress or fear is not only self-care, but the third thing is contribution. You know, being in service of those who need it more than ever. Put your focus on them. Even I get butterflies still speaking on stages for 33 years, but once I focus on the contribution, I focus on the audience and the impact these ideas can make, and the fear dissipates. And so chronic fear also could actually affect your immune system, right? Make you more susceptible to colds, to flus, to viruses. I think contribution is a big antidote. 4C, so you have clarity, care, contribution, is creativity. I believe the future belongs to the creators. The future belongs to the creators. And, everybody has a to-do list. I suggest adding to that, like, what's on your to create list. Maybe you want to create a relationship, you want to create a business, you want to write a book or a song or something. But I feel like sometimes we feel burnt out, not because we're doing too much. And I know burnout and exhaustion is a real thing, and that a lot of people here, in the chat, everyone might be struggling with, who feels burnt out, who feels a little bit more exhausted. But sometimes we're burnt out not because we're doing too much. Sometimes we're burnt out because we're doing too little of the things that light us up, too little of the things that make us come alive. And I feel like that's something that creatives, when you're in that, for me, there's a difference between passion and purpose. We hear those words used interchangeably, and some people are thinking like, I haven't found my passion, I haven't found my purpose. I don't think it's so much discovering it as it is developing it. And for me, passion is what lights you up, what makes you alive. And there can be many different things that light you up. And so it's not regulated to just one thing. So like learning is my passion, and it wasn't always, because I struggled with it. But I think purpose is how you use your passion to light someone else up. So passion is what lights you up. Purpose is how you use your passion to light somebody else up. So if music is your passion, performing that music is your purpose because it lights other people up, being able to experiencing it. For me, learning is my passion. Teaching people how to learn is my purpose. And so, but leaning into this, how can you be more creative? And then finally, the last two C's that I just want to offer everybody for the distinctions, capabilities. I believe that whatever goal you have in the clarity step, the things you want to be, do, have, share with the world, there are a set of skills that will get you there better, faster, easier. And I lean into the skill of meta learning. Meta learning is the art and science of learning how to learn. Because imagine there was a genie, and let's just a little thought experiment that I was having with myself. If there was a genie who could grant you any one wish, what would all of you wish for? You would all ask for more wishes, right? You would ask for thousands of wishes or limitless wishes. Well, if I was your learning genie and I could help you become an expert or a master at any one subject or any one skill, what would you ask for? Would it be medicine? Would it be marketing? And I would say the lead domino, the one you hit first that knocks all the other ones over, is learning how to learn. Because if you can become an expert at learning, be able to focus, get in flow, be able to remember, read, understand, think, what can you apply that to? Everything in your life: medicine, money, marketing, management, Mandarin, music, martial arts. Everything gets easier when you can learn how to learn.
I got to stop you for a second. Did you do that on purpose? All of those are M's: medicine, marketing, music. Go on. This is brilliant.
You're on to me, Joseph. Yeah, it's just these mnemonics help people to, if they're not taking notes, helps them to have an anchor in there. But I believe our ability to learn, unlearn, relearn is the most important skill to develop. And that's what we dedicated our work to, because it's been my experience that regardless of age or stage or background, everybody can learn how to learn better. And then the last C I'll give you to come out of this cocoon as that butterfly, even stronger, is develop community, right? I get this question, since my book is called Limitless: how do you become limitless in a limited world? And my answer would be, we do it together, right? I believe that strong connections with individuals is really your key advantage. It's not just your neurological networks, it's your social networks, that who you spend time with is who you become. And part of it is doing an audit of the people you're spending time with, they say we're the average of the 5 people we spend most time with. And the science behind it is, in our nervous system, we have something called mirror neurons, like the mirror, the reflection that you look at in the bathroom. And it's what creates empathy. It's our imitation cells. And so we tend to imitate the people we spend the most time with. And I always tell people, here's another acronym, WATCH, WATCH. What are we imitating? W, words. We use the same language as the people we spend the most time with, right? And you know, with your work, that words have meaning, very specific meanings that have feelings associated to them. The A in WATCH stands for actions. We tend to model and imitate the behaviors of the people we spend the most time with. So if all our friends work out, we're more likely to work out, right? The T in WATCH stands for thoughts. We tend to think the same way as the people we spend the most time with, see the world the same way as the people we spend the most time with. And then finally, the C and the H in WATCH, the C is our character. We tend to imitate or have the same standards, the moral impetus as the people we spend time with, right? I saw this recently, a quote, I don't know who to attribute it to, but it said, integrity is measured by the distance between someone's lips and their life.
Oh.
And I really think it's so important to practice what we post. Practice what we post online. And so, but that's character. And finally, the H in WATCH are our habits. I have a firm belief that first we create our habits and then our habits create us. You create your habits of mindfulness, meditation, eating the best brain foods, prioritizing your sleep, moving and exercising each day, reading, each day. And those habits create you back. And so that's why community is so very important, and selecting, as you talk about, like who's your peer group. Mm-hmm. Right? You could love your family, you could love your friends, but who are you choosing that has emotional, thoughtful influence on how you feel about yourself and what you're doing? And so the idea here is to take these 6 things, and going back to life is C between B and D, birth, death, choice, is to make choices. Little choices over time add up to big things. Because I want to remind, when you see training like this and you see the experts, it's a reminder that every professional was once a beginner, right? Yes. Every expert was once an amateur, and everyone starts kind of the same place, but we could all commit ourselves to greater clarity, care, contribution, creativity, capabilities, and community. And so from there, what I would love to do is just share a few ideas on learning faster. Okay. 6 keys to learn any subject or skill faster. We already said that's the master skill. If you're going to learn any skill, learn how to learn, then you could apply it towards public speaking, networking, sales, health. Remember, be fast. All right, another acronym. The B is something I know you talk about deeply, is belief, right? If you believe you can or believe you can, either way, you're right. Henry Ford said that. And it's funny, at these same events that I do these demos and these memory demonstrations, people invariably pull me aside in the lobby and say, Jim, I know you're a memory coach. And they'll say something very quietly. They'll say, like, Jim, I'm just getting too old, or I'm not that smart, or I have a horrible memory. And I always, Joseph, say the same thing. And I'll say it to anyone who's thinking those thoughts. Mm-hmm. Right? Call people as a coach, you and I, we call people on their BS, right? Those belief systems. Yes. I always say, when I hear like people say they're not that smart, I always say, stop. If you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. Exactly. If you fight for your limitations, you get to keep them. They're yours. Your brain, what we discovered more about the human brain in the past 20 years than the previous 2,000 years combined. And what we found is we're grossly underestimating our own capabilities. And your brain is this incredible supercomputer. It doesn't come with an owner's manual. And that's why I wrote Limitless, to give people an owner's manual for their brain. And I want to thank everyone in the chat that has it. We donated all the proceeds to charity. We sold over 1 million copies the first couple of years. We built schools in Ghana, Guatemala, Kenya, and also funded Alzheimer's research for women. Women are twice as likely to experience Alzheimer's than men, yet most of the research and treatment is done on male brains. And I do that in memory of my grandmother, who I lost to Alzheimer's when I was 7. And so those challenges led to change, right? It's interesting, my learning difficulties, my traumatic brain injury, my superhero, which was my grandmother, because my parents had a lot of jobs and she raised me a lot. And, it just put me on a path. But I want to remind everyone that your struggles can become strengths.
Yes.
Right? We hear a lot about post-traumatic stress. We don't hear a lot about another phenomenon called post-traumatic growth. Post-traumatic growth is, how many of you have gone through adversity or difficulty you wouldn't wish upon anybody, yet you wouldn't change what happened to you, because going through it, you found something, you discovered a purpose, a mission, a strength, a trait, that you have. And so, going through, we grow through what we go through. There are a number of things you could do to learn faster. And it really starts with your belief system, because your brain is like this supercomputer, and your self-talk, your belief systems are the program it will run. So if you tell yourself, I'm not good at remembering people's names, you won't remember the name of the next person you meet.
Exactly. Jim, can I jump in just for a second? I just want to really put an exclamation point on something that you said, and how that helps people when somebody comes up to you and they say, I'm too old, or I'm too this or anything. That happens to me all the time as well. And when you do that to that person, and the reason I'm saying this is I want everybody to let this be that I'm about to explain to you right now. When Jim says to somebody, stop right then, what that does is it interrupts that pattern, because that person is in that belief when they're feeling it in that moment. They actually believe that. But when Jim says, or you hear it now, it says stop, then that makes you create a scotoma in your brain, and it's a blank spot. And then possibility comes in, and it's possible to come in, because that's why, like I said,
I love that.
Yeah, because that way, and especially coming from somebody like you, that makes them, that they're mired in it. They go, stop, let me tell you something different. Then they're going to believe that. And so we can do that to ourselves. And Jim just did it with us here as well. And the other thing I wanted to point out, what you just said, because it goes back, all of your stuff is so great. It just flows into each other. The whole thing about community and giving back and that kind of thing, it all makes a difference. It all makes sense, because it takes you out of that fear. I always say that when you're grateful, when you're giving, when you're doing something with community and helping other people, fear doesn't exist. And so I want to just, to make sure that as we're going through this, you're taking this and recognizing that this is a way to shift how you think and what you believe. So please go on.
And it's great also. And I love what you said about that pattern interrupt, because it means that you're claiming responsibility, yet you are self-aware that you do have these 60,000 thoughts a day. The challenge is 95% of those thoughts are the same thoughts we had yesterday and the day before. So we wonder why our life hasn't changed. Right. And I just want to remind everyone that change can be hard. Growth could be scary, but nothing is as scary and hard as being stuck somewhere you don't belong.
Yes.
And, I feel like life is difficult sometimes for one of two reasons, either because we're leaving our comfort zone. We talk about that cocoon. Life is difficult. You're trying something new. You're saying hello to that stranger. You're learning, that novelty. You're trying to start a business, whatever it is. Life is difficult because you're leaving your comfort zone, or life is difficult because you're staying in your comfort zone. Well, because while the comfort zone might be a nice place to visit, we know that nothing grows there. But going back to the self-talk and having the self-awareness, even if you find yourself saying, I don't have a great memory, even just pausing and adding a word like yet at the end.
Beautiful.
It just feels different, right?
Yeah.
It's really hard to create a positive life with a negative mind. That's not to say, I believe that if people truly understood how powerful their mind is, they wouldn't say or think something they didn't want to be true. And that's not to say you have a negative thought and ruins your life forever, any more than eating a donut will ruin your life. But if you ate that donut 50 times a day, like those negative thoughts every single day, I think everyone would agree there would be a consequence.
Yes.
And so, starting with the belief system and, talking to yourself as you'd want to talk to a loved one, as opposed to beating ourselves up and complaining. Complaining is challenging, right? Because I found when I was growing up, I could say I had a brain injury and I, didn't have any money and I didn't have any education and I didn't, and all of that could be true. And all the stories, and you teach this, like all the stories and the scripts we run that affect our state, it could be absolutely true, and nothing changes, right? Because the truth is, if we're going to call people on their stuff as a coach, you know, because a coach, as opposed to someone who just teaches or lectures, a coach wants to hold you accountable. A coach wants to get you to do one more lap, to do the hard things, right? To do those difficult things. Because if you just do what's easy in life, life gets hard. But if you do what's hard in life, life tends to get a little bit easier.
In the beginning.
Yes, absolutely. And so your mind is always eavesdropping on your self-talk. And so being aware that it's there, of the questions that we ask ourselves that, you know, determine our focus, all very important. So that's the B, is believe. Because you could learn a great strategy. Everyone wants to get to the strategies. This is how you make money. But if their belief system is you have to hurt people to make money, you're still going to be stuck in that box, right? So the E and B fast is exercise. And I don't mean physical exercise, I mean practice, because we know practice makes progress. And so, like, for example, I'm very good at remembering names, but after practicing for a couple of months, I haven't improved a whole lot more, because once you know how to do something, once you know how to tie your shoes or drive a car or type, then it becomes a skill and it's more second nature, right? You're doing you're unconsciously competent of doing that thing. And what I would say is the bad news is it takes effort, exercise, but the good news, it doesn't take as much as people think, right? Practicing, and one of my martial arts instructors, his name is Chuck, he says, you know, it's about stealing reps, reps. Like he does his practice when he's making coffee. Right. And so you try to get those reps in. You're waiting online at the DMV, you could practice memorizing numbers or people's names, and you know this quote. I think it's a Jim Rohn quote, that what you practice in private, you're rewarded for in public. Right. And so the E is exercise. So doing the work, because knowledge by itself is not power. It becomes power when we act on it. Because the truth is, you could read a book, but somebody who reads a book and doesn't execute or apply or implement anything, they're no better off than someone who's illiterate, who couldn't read that book to begin with. And so
I add one thing as well. And again, I'm absolutely loving this. It's one of the things, and we're going to be doing some things together as we go forward. This practice, I always say there's a difference between practice and rehearsal. If you want to speed up your practice, if you want to steal, I love that saying you just said, steal those reps. Praise yourself and acknowledge yourself at the end that you did it. Because then the nervous system goes, oh, wait a minute. You know, you get the dopamine, the oxytocin, and all the stuff gets dumped into your system. Your brain goes, well, what just happened? Oh, I just exercised, or I just did this, even though it was uncomfortable. Let's do it again. And so that praise, I always say that if repetition is the mother of all skill, praise is the father. Praise, acknowledging ourselves, is the father, because then that, again, tells our nervous system, let's do it again.
I love that. Whatever you reinforce, you get more of.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Just like what you do with your kids or your dogs or anything else like that. And I love celebrating, because a lot of people, and to those people, you know, who might not, you know, like a lot of people just are thinking, oh, is this just too extreme toxic positivity? I'm just saying, for people who spend time,
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, for people who, it's a real thing, for people who feel like beat themselves up, at the very least, to be pragmatic, you should put the same amount of time, energy, and effort into celebrating your wins, right? If you're quick to beat yourself up when you fall short. And by the way, studies done in the area of self-compassion show that when you are, a lot of people, let's say they didn't work out that day and it was something that was important, but they didn't follow through. A lot of people have this idea, this unconscious bias saying that if I beat myself up, I'm going to follow through more likely tomorrow. And it's absolutely not true.
Opposite.
Done in self-compassion show when you are actually kind to yourself, saying, I'm human, you know, I had kind of a lousy day, kids got out of control. When you're kind to yourself, you're more likely to follow through on that thing. And so having compassion and love, because like part of self-care is not just eating the best brain foods and sleeping. Part of self-care is looking at that mirror and seeing that person, that reflection, looking back and loving that person, right? And honoring that person for who has been through so much but is still standing, right? And everybody, I don't care who it is, we're all fighting battles nobody knows about, right? On social media, it's like we're all comparing our lives to, you know, the highlight trailer, as I say, of their lives. But the grass is greener where you water it, right? And sometimes it's greener on social media because the filter they're using, or sometimes it's greener on social media because there's a lot of artificial turf out there also in this space. And so I just, that's why I love your work, because you live this. And I think the life, because we've known each other a long time, you live what you teach, you practice what you post. And the life you live are the lessons we teach other people. So if you have people in your family that just like, oh, why are you always listening to those podcasts and those summits and reading those books? It's hard to change other people. I mean, think about how hard it is first to change ourselves, but you can be an example for them. And that's, I feel like we need more. So many people dim their lights because it's shining into somebody else's eyes, when I feel like more than ever, we need people to shine, in their own light. So the E is exercise, put into practice, because we can't be upset by the results we didn't get from the work we didn't do. You can't be upset by the results we didn't get from the work we don't do. And so exercise. So belief, exercise, be fast. The F to learn faster is something simple called forget. And that comes from a memory coach, which is weird. But sometimes we don't learn something new. Like you have some great experts speaking and presenting today. Sometimes we don't learn because our cup is full. We feel like we know that subject already, right? And your mind is like a parachute. It only works when it's open. So it's having that Zen beginner's mind, because the half-life information is getting shorter and shorter, right? In technology and medicine, the information gets outdated. So keeping an open mind. So the F is forget what you know temporarily so you can learn something new. Also, I would say forget about distractions. And I know you and I had a conversation about this yesterday. Focus is a big challenge for people. And for me, the nature of my work, like yours, I would say is about, like what Tony, they talk about transcending, ending the trance. Mass hypnosis, the marketing media that says you're broken, you need to be fixed, you're not enough, or the self-hypnosis, going back to belief systems, that all the incantations we're saying to ourselves that keep us stuck, right? I'm not good enough, I'm not smart enough, I'm in my 50s now, and I measure everything. And I've never been better and brighter. My reading speed, my memory, all that you can measure: reading comprehension, reading speed, remembering names, numbers. And we could grow older, but in a lot of ways we could grow better. About 1/3 of our brain's performance is predetermined by genetics and biology, but roughly 2/3 is in our control and influence. And so I'll talk about and unpack that 2/3 that could really move the needle. But forget what you know, and forget about distractions. And if people, like, their mind wanders or ruminates, maybe even schedule the time to be distracted. Say, oh yeah, I have to do that, but I'm gonna think about that at 3:00. Right. And then you could just release it so you could focus. The other thing is with distractions. I have a YouTube video, me and Simon Sinek. I saw it on my Facebook reminders, my memories. It's like 10 years old, has 38 million views. And it's just me saying, don't touch your phone the first 30 minutes of the day. This was like a decade.
Unbelievable. Thank you. I truly believe that phone addiction I believe it already is the #1 addiction on the planet right now. And just to be able to do that, put it down for 30 minutes, come on, baby.
I think, especially first thing in the morning, because think about it, Joseph, when you wake up in the morning, you're in the most, you talk a lot about state and state management. You are in the most relaxed state, the most suggestible state you probably will be the entire day when you first wake up.
And it sets up the whole day. It's like you said, it's the domino for the whole rest of the day.
And if you pick up your phone, you are wiring your brain for two things that's hurting your productivity, your performance, your peace, and definitely your profitability. #1, you're wiring your brain for distraction. Every ring, ping, ding, app notification, social media alert, like, share, comment, cat video, as you mentioned, that dopamine hit, it drives you to distraction. And I feel like a lot of my work as first principle is taking the nouns in your life and turning them into verbs. What do I mean by that? You don't have focus, you do it.
You do focus. Perfect.
You don't have a memory. There is a process for memorize, a 3-stage process of encoding, storing, and retrieving, right? You don't even have energy. There's a process for generating energy, having to do with foods and sleep and rest and exercise and so on. So when you take the nouns in your life and turn them into verbs, what does it do? It reminds you have agency, right? You are at the source. And so I would say when it comes to your phone, not touch it the first 30 minutes of the day. I challenge everyone, take a screenshot of this right now, tag Joseph, tag the LA Tribune, tag me so we get to see it, and say one thing you're going to do. That is going to be better for your brain, because you have a to-do list. I would have a not to-do list. The most successful individuals, and I know you coached, we coached some of those individuals, they have a to-do list, but they have a very clear non-negotiable not to-do list.
And that not to-do list becomes habitual. It becomes something that you don't have to remind yourself to do. Once you are aware of it and you stick it in your schedule of not doing, then it becomes automatic. It becomes a habit with us, and that becomes so.
And it helps you on the topic of focus, because we can't achieve anything without any kind of focus. And it's interesting, like as a kid, many of us, and put in the chat if you did this. I didn't have a lot of toys or anything growing up, but I had a magnifying glass, and on a hot summer day, you would go out and you would burn like leaves, right? But think about the words we use. We're talking about the power of words. That when you're putting a magnifying glass and you're burning something, that point that's doing the burning is very bright. It's very sharp. Now the words carry a lot of weight. When we say someone is bright or they are sharp, what are we implying? That they are smart, right? That they are intelligent. Maybe they're not more intelligent or smart, maybe they're just better focused. Right. And so we all have that ability to focus, and great things happen. We've heard the metaphor of if you take a light and you focus it, it could become a laser that could burn through walls, and that's the power of your focus. So when it comes to your phone, having a not to-do list, all the things you're not going to do, eat, say, whatever, helps you to focus on what to do. And for distractions, not only does your brain, if you pick up your phone first thing in the morning, wire your brain for distraction, it also wires your brain for something equally detrimental, which is not only distraction, but reaction. Yes. I mean, Joseph, have you ever woken up, you pick up your phone and you get one message, social media message, email, voice message, text, WhatsApp, whatever, and it puts you in a mood for hours. It hijacks your day.
And you don't even know that you're in that mood. It is just... that just sets you up.
So now you're reacting. And how do you build a quality life if you're just on the defense?
All the time.
Right? Our buddy Brendan Burchard, who wrote Motivation Manifesto, who we've had on our podcast 3 times, says your inbox is nothing but a convenient organizational system for other people's agenda for your life.
Oh, wow.
Right. And so like you're reacting, you're fighting fires, as opposed to, okay, so you can't just stop doing something. You talk about this. You don't just stop doing something. You have to start doing something. You have to replace it with something. Right. And what I would say is do this. Instead of touching your phone, do this thought experiment. And I feel like this alone is worth the day we're spending together. Close your eyes when you first wake up. And I want you to imagine you're going through the day and you're coming back to bed. Right? You've done the whole day, you're coming back to bed, and somebody asks you, maybe a spouse, family member, someone asks you on the phone, how was your day? And I want you to imagine a big smile on your face and like, today was amazing. We crushed it today. And then here's the question, the magic question you ask yourself. What had to happen in order for you to feel that way? What had to happen in order for you to feel that way, to say those words? And I think of, Joseph, 3 personal things and 3 professional things. So, and that becomes my 6 things that I focus on. And they don't have to be huge things, right? It could be walking on the personal side. It's walking the dogs, right? And doing like
just acknowledging again what you've done. Can I give a saying to what you're doing? Because I've been doing that for many, many years. And that is to start your day with the end, wait for it, in mind. In mind. Like you think it, you imagine it, you create it in your mind, and that what you think. And then also, here's what I do, Jim, is I write it down. Because what I always say is that what we write is what we invite. I will make a very short paragraph of what that day looks like at the end of the day when I'm crawling in bed. I'm crawling in bed, pulling up the covers, smile on my face. I'm so happy because I did this, and this happened as well. Beautiful exercise, man. Yeah.
I love that so much. And so the idea here is you're waking up and instead of, being distracted by everything that's on your phone or reacting to everything that's on your phone, because those are muscles. And if you flex your distraction muscles first thing, and you wonder why you can't be present at work or on a Zoom meeting or with your children, it's because we flex because it's focus. Again, it's not something you have, it's something that you do. And if you flex those muscles, that's why meditation is so very valuable, right?
Yeah.
I know you've been doing that, and it's been part of your practice. And I don't meditate to become enlightened. I use it as a mental exercise, that if
Yeah.
I'm sitting down or lying down for 5, 10, whatever minutes, and my mind invariably goes somewhere else, which it will, because I think there's a lie, and I talk about the 7 lies of learning and limitless, that we have to dissolve the BS, those belief systems. But a lie stands for a limited idea entertained. It's not true that you're not smart enough. It's not true that you're too old, right? It's a limited idea that we're entertaining, we're giving energy to. And one of those, I feel like one of those lies that we tell ourselves is that we don't have focus, or we don't have energy, but we could do it. And so I would absolutely start with the end in mind, and then focus on those things to be able to thrive. And that's the F. Forget what you know about a subject to learn that new subject faster. Forget about distractions. Because when I meditate and my mind goes somewhere else, as invariably, it's like people think the lie is think that meditation is stopping their thoughts. And that's absolutely not true.
Not at all.
You can't stop it's like trying to stop your heart from beating. Yeah. The primary function of your heart is to beat, and the primary function of your mind is to think, right? But when my mind goes somewhere, like the dry cleaning, when I pull it back to a mantra or a candle or my breath, then I'm exercising my focus, right? I'm flexing my focus. So when later on, when I'm distracted at work, I have a mechanism and a pathway to bring me back to the present, right? So that's the F to learn. If you forget about distractions, forget about what you know temporarily. The A in fast and be fast is act, right? I want to remind everyone that learning is not a spectator sport. We got conditioned through 20th century education that you're just lectured to. And we've learned the human brain actually doesn't learn better through consumption. It learns better through creation and co-creation, engagement. And so it's not pushing information, and a teacher's not pushing information inside a child's head or an adult's head. You're pulling information in and pulling it out. And so how can you be more active in your learning? Because learning is not a spectator sport. You could take notes, as I mentioned. You could ask questions. You could post it in the chat. You could post it online and share with other people, right? Be more active. You could also stand up and move around, because as your body moves, your brain grooves. So I'm always thinking about how can I make this more active for myself? So I use more of my nervous system, so it's going to be easier to learn it. And then finally, the S and the T and be fast. The S, and I'm going to borrow on your work and Tony's work, is state. All learning, like life, is state dependent. And the key to that better memory, you have part of your brain. So if everybody kind of like shakes out their hand, make a fist, you have what they call a triune brain. Tri is 3. You have 3 brains. The wrist would be your reptilian brain. The most primal part of your brain. It's what regulates your body temperature, makes your heart beat, right? It monitors your breathing, right? Things you don't have to think about. The fist is your middle brain, which I'll talk about in a moment. If you take your hand and put it right on top of the fist, this is the third part of your brain, the newest part of your brain, called your neocortex. So when they say left and right brain, that's your neocortex. And it's an exaggerated summary. Left is logic, right is more imagination, and there's a corpus callosum, which is a bridging station in between. But going back to the middle brain, I want to highlight 2 parts of the brain that's relevant to learning and memory. You have part of your brain that looks like a seahorse. They call it the hippocampus, and the primary function is remembering. And attached to that seahorse is a part of your brain that looks like almost like an almond shaped part of your brain, and that's your amygdala. And your amygdala, going back to high school biology for everyone as a reminder, is like a switching station for emotions. But isn't it interesting that memory and emotions are tied in your brain? And everyone knows that, right? I think everyone could hear a song that could take you back to when you're a teenager, a food and a fragrance that take you back to when you're a child. So information by itself, very forgettable, but information when it's combined with emotion, and that's what state is, your emotional state. And so I would never learn something in a bored state, because you're not going to remember it. Like, think about it like back in school. Like, what did we feel sitting in class? Boredom. And if it's information and emotion, if boredom is 0, it becomes 0, right? And so you talk a lot about, state management. How do you regulate your state? And I just want to remind everyone, on a scale of 0 to 10, how do you feel? And if you wanted to feel a little bit better, can you do it? Yes, through a process or perspective. You look at something a little differently, or you change your body or physiology, all the master strategies that you teach. And so never learn something in a bored state. And this also, I want to remind everybody, another important lesson. Years ago, 2 people that I know wanted to meet, and we set up a dinner, and it's Richard Branson and Stan Lee. Not Stanley, but Stan Lee of Marvel, right? And when we're in the car, I was a little nervous, but I had to ask Stan this burning question. I would regret if I didn't. I said, Stan, you created all the most amazing superheroes. Who's your favorite? And he says, Jim, it's Iron Man. And then he asked me to be, courteous. He asked, Jim, who's your favorite superhero? And I posted this on social media. He had this in the car, a Spider-Man tie. And I said, Spider-Man. And without a pause, in Stan's iconic voice, he goes, with great power comes great responsibility. And this is kind of like just, this is all family here. I'm going to get a little raw, Joseph. Because I had this brain injury, I sometimes reverse things I read or I hear. Maybe some people could relate to that. And I heard something different. And I was like, Stan, you're right. With great power comes great responsibility. And the opposite is also true. With great responsibility comes great power. When we take responsibility for something, we have great power to make things better. And I just want to remind everybody, the most important thing, one of the most important things to be responsible for is how you feel. This happened the other day. We have a 2-year-old. We have a 2-year-old son, and it was we always go outside and play with the dogs, as I mentioned. And one day it was raining really hard, and I looked at him and I said, unfortunately, I'm sorry. Today's a really bad day. We can't go out there and have fun. And I realized, I caught myself. The message I'm sending to our son is, your happiness is based on something outside of yourself. It's conditional, that I'm teaching him to be a thermometer as opposed to a thermostat, right? And a thermometer just reacts to everything, and a thermostat sets a vision or a KPI or a vision, and then the environment reacts to you. Exactly when you take the invisible and make it visible, like you said, writing things down. That's the first step of manifesting anything, because now what's in your mind is outside of yourself.
Yes.
Very, very powerful. Yeah. And so state, and you are responsible for your state. Everybody could choose to elevate their state. And finally, the T in FAST, and I recommend you use this throughout the day, learn to teach, meaning learn something with the intention of teaching somebody else. And what this does is, let's say you're going to rewatch this, and I love the audience here, and I love all the engagement, but you had to rewatch it, and then you had to give a TEDx talk about it next week.
What did you learn?
You focus better. Will you ask better questions? Will you take better notes? You would own that. You take advantage in science of what they call the explanation effect. The explanation effect says that when you learn with the intention of explaining to somebody else, you're going to learn it so much better. So that's the T in be fast. So it's be fast, believe, exercise, forget distractions, forget about what you know. A is act, because knowledge by itself is not power, it's potential power. The S is manage your state, your emotional state. And the T is learn with the intention of teaching somebody else, and you learn it so much better.
Jim, I know everybody is in agree with me on this, and that is that we could listen to you and learn from you forever. And this has been absolutely phenomenal. We do have to cut away for a commercial here for a second, but I want to thank you so much on behalf of the Tribune, on behalf of everybody here. And everybody, I want to make sure that you didn't just learn this, just didn't take it and go, okay, that's information and store it away. I know you took notes. Do, like he said, turn those nouns, which are the notes, turn those into verbs. Do something about it. Jim, thank you so much.
Can I give everyone a quick do really super fast?
Yeah,
take
please.
A screenshot of this, tag the Los Angeles Tribune, tag Joseph, tag myself, and share. We talked about power of teaching. Share just one thing that you learned, so your fans, your followers, your family, your friends get to benefit from it. And I just want to say, I want to remind everyone that there's a version of yourself that's patiently waiting. And the goal is we show up every single day until we're introduced.
That is beautiful, beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, follow this man. And one thing we didn't get to say, he has a line of supplements for brain health. He has everything. Follow him. Make sure you follow up on everything. Jim, thank you so much. And I look forward to working with you even more. And we're going to cut away to commercial here, but everybody hang around. We'll be right back. Thank you, Jim.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello and welcome back. Wow, I'm curious to know what was your greatest takeaway from Jim Kwik and Joseph McClendon. Put it in the chat and let us know, because I've taken so many notes and I am going to turn this verb into action. So watch me. So right now, I mean, after hearing what Jim and Joseph says, we actually all know that the true leadership actually comes from within. So this upcoming panel that we have is going to be so interesting, because these are leaders that actually teaches people how to lead themselves, because leadership is actually beneath, we have to go beneath the surface. So let's bring up Daniel. Let's bring up Daniel, Victoria, and Tatiana. And let me introduce this amazing panelist to you today. So Daniel is an unconventional life coach, founder of Lito Labs, and his energy, his creativity is also brought into his coaching space to help leaders to unleash their unique brilliance and step into their most authentic leadership. Welcome, Daniel. And we have Tatiana, which is an amazing lady. She's the visionary behind Odyssey AI, which is an app that she builds herself. So it's a platform that bridges technology with subconscious to unlock the potential of our subconscious and to help us with the personal transformation and deep inner breakthrough. So welcome, Tatiana. And we have Victoria, the CEO of Go Zone Leadership, where she brings world-class leadership systems to optimize personal and organizational growth with proven driven results with clarity and grace. So welcome all of you to the show today. So basically, because these are all amazing leaders, I'm really so curious to know what's the one thing, in your leadership journey that you have seen that prevents people from leading themselves towards what they truly want. So maybe I will let Daniel, the gentleman here, lead with this question.
The guys go first, is it, in this panel? Okay. Hi, just want to say a good morning, good day, good evening to all of you, to Crystal, to Tatiana, to Victoria. I'm so happy to be sharing this panel with all of you. Thank you for tuning in and holding space. I love this question about, what stops most people? What's the number one thing that keeps people from what they truly want? Now, when we think about what we truly want, we're talking about desires ultimately, isn't it? Right? What we truly want. Now, the strange thing that happens is that whenever we say that we want something, we desire something, immediately the monkey mind will come up with a bazillion different reasons why you cannot achieve the results or the desires. You're not entitled to it, right? And I think honestly, what keeps people from getting what they want is that, strangely, my answer is that people don't really know what they truly want. We all set goals. We all have objectives, and we set New Year resolutions. We think we want the $1 million, the 10 million. We think we want the wedding ring. We think we want a dream house, a penthouse. We think we want a six-pack.
And what do you think
Yeah, but you know what? So because we think those are the things that we want, we end up like hustling, we chase, we push, we force, we strive, and we sacrifice so much along the way in service of these shiny goals that we think we want. But ultimately, we're not chasing the goal. What we're chasing is a feeling that we think we will get in the achieving of the goal. That is the real goal. That's the real destination. But most people don't realize it. So what happens is that if you're not clear about what you truly want, which is the feeling, you can end up spending your entire life what I call misfiring. So some people eventually get to their goals, they achieve it, but then they feel kind of hollow, empty. They're like,
how many of you can relate to this in the audiences? Like put in one in the chat if you can relate to this.
Yeah, let me know. Let us know, right? So a lot of us misfire along the way. We might get to what we want, but at the end of the day, we go like, hey, I thought I was supposed to feel a certain way, but I've got the job title now, I've got the car, I've got the penthouse, I've got the marriage, but why am I still so empty?
So in a way, they are chasing the wrong thing. That's the one thing.
They're chasing the wrong thing. And those are the lucky ones. When you get to the place and you realize you're empty, what will you do? You will course correct. But some of us are not so lucky. We end up misfiring our entire life. We never get there. And then we just end up feeling lost all the time.
Exactly.
So I think when we use other people's maps towards a mountain that may not even give us the feeling that we want, so my encouragement is that instead of asking, what do I want to achieve outside of me? The question has to be, how do I want to feel every single moment?
So focus on the feeling. I'm going to jot this down. How about Victoria? What do you think about what's preventing people from, leading themselves towards what they truly want?
Yes. So in addition to what Daniel just said, I think he's right that a lot of people I work with don't really know what they want, but a lot of people are very clear what they don't want. So a lot of motivation are driven by what they don't want, trying to avoid something. And I think one of the biggest challenge is conventionally our education don't support us to go for what we dream of or what we desire. It's very security focused. It's not tapped on creativity, innovation, even though technically we talk about it. But a lot of the system are driven by factory education system, grading us, teaching us what we should be learning based on what is good for the society, based on what our parents, our authority tell us what's good for us. We actually are not being taught to think for ourselves.
Exactly.
We don't question. We don't actually question, what do I really want? Who do I want to be? And that's part of the challenge.
Yes, I'm also curious to hear Tatiana's thought. And also, actually, what I'm really curious to know is actually how do we then have the clarity to work towards the future? Because what we are here today is really about the future of leadership. So I just let Tatiana share with us what is the one thing that prevents, so that we know what is that we can take note of to move towards where we really, really want to go.
Right. And I love the answers of Danny and Victoria. I can resonate with this so much because I can see it every day around me. And what I would add is the word purpose. I really believe in the word purpose. And it's not only about career, but all the other areas of our life. When we feel lost, when we are not fulfilled with something that drives us, something so close to our heart that we don't need to be motivated. We just do it because we love doing it. And when we don't have that purpose, we feel unfulfilled, we feel empty, as Danny said, we feel lost, right? And when I unpack a bit deeper with people why you don't feel purpose or why you haven't chosen your purpose as the career, we often go to expectations. I wanted to make my parents happy. They expected me to be this and this and this and become successful. And very often that chase of success is really to make my parents happy, to make my parents love me, or society, or peers, or teachers, whatever you name it. And only when we look back and we just remove those layers and peel those expectations, we find our authentic desire, right? And that's the purpose.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
And it sounds like there's this common theme that is really about, not doing it for others. And in your work that you do, how do you then help support people to actually unpeel this layer and to get to this core of their purpose?
Right. So we will do two things. We will bring people to the truth, and we will bring people to the change. What I mean by truth is remove all those expectations and layers and say what I like doing, what makes me feel like I lose sense of time, what I love sharing with people, what I believe people need, right? How I transform my journey. So that will be, you can call it your ikigai, right? What I love doing, what I'm good at, what the world needs, or something that really makes you feel excited, or those emotions that Danny mentioned. But the second one, we need to make the change. Why I'm talking about change? Because there are a lot of fears around, right? Someone says, I love dancing, but you cannot make money with dancing, right? That's the belief.
This is so common. This is something that
Right.
is so common, especially in this part of Asia.
Right. That's
Mhm.
the belief. I cannot make money with that. I'm not good enough in that. It's too late to start teaching and or learning. All those beliefs is just fake stories of our mind, and we can go beyond those beliefs. And it's what I'm helping people to do, is to rewire them, and just don't put them as the blocks on your journey, because your journey is clear. The moment you found the purpose,
Yeah.
you will decide that it's easy to move forward.
Yeah, I'm so curious about like the people in the audience. Like, how, like, do you also feel the same? Because I definitely, for me, growing up, I feel the same. Like doing it for my parents, the teachers and everything. It's really not about yourself, and sometimes it's really scary to trust and listen to yourself. And I can see Daniel and Victoria nodding frantically because so it sounds like there's actually a common theme of fear. Tell me more. I think I want to hear the enthusiastic Danny Bunny.
Yeah, so I love what Tatiana and Victoria have both offered to this question. It's such a juicy question, and I feel that ultimately the people who stop ourselves are, it's really pretty much the monkey mind. I think sometimes we're too smart for our own good. The monkey mind thinks it's so smart. It comes in and it tells you a lot of nonsense and a lot of fake beliefs and lies. And I love that Tatiana mentioned the word truth, like truth with a capital T. I think this is the thing that really, really, for some of us, it can be very challenging for us to get to. And sometimes we don't even know what our truth is because we have been so conditioned by our outside environment, right? The society, the government, the media, right? The magazines we read, the 5 friends we hang out with, right? So we tend to learn through osmosis, and that tends to drown and minimize our own truth. But sometimes I think we do know what our truth is, but then the fear comes in. It's like, I want this thing, but I'm not allowed to have it. I think people tell me I'm not supposed to have it, or if I go after this makes me a very selfish person, and the guilt comes up. If you start to prioritize your truth over expectations from other people's projections, you end up minimizing your truth. And
I can totally resonate with that too.
Exactly. And then you minimize what you want. It's a little bit of a self-betrayal there, a little bit of forgetting yourself, neglecting yourself here and there, and you end up losing yourself over time. Yeah.
Exactly. And if that's okay, so I want to hear Victoria's point of view also, because I really hear the common theme of the fear and moving towards the truth. So if there's just one thing that somebody wants to do to actually identify this truth, what do they do to identify this truth?
Well, that's a good question. So the key to identify the truth is to give ourselves, I also echo what Daniel just said. The problem with a lot of people, we don't actually give ourselves permission to really go for the truth and to allow, I would say one way to identify the truth is to look at our dark side, because we all have dark side, we all have shadow side, right? And that we are afraid of being seen a certain way. That's the reason why the fear comes in place, because, if I do this, then it's against my parents' wishes. Then my friend, what are my neighbors going to say about me? What are my friends are going to say about me? And that we are so worried about how other people think of us than to explore what's really true for me. What do I really want? What makes my heart sing? And that in order to do that, I got to start feeling. The problem is that most people, I can speak for myself, I grew up very numb. So I don't. Why I was numb is because I grew up in a very painful environment where there was a lot of fight, a lot of arguments, and I didn't want to feel. So from that numb zone or numb state, it's very hard to see myself because I can't even feel anything. How am I supposed to see the truth?
Yeah. And
So
what was
part
the
of the-
one thing that helped you to shift out from that numbness to seeing that truth? If there were to be one thing that you have to do.
The part that a lot of people would avoid. I have to face the pain of what actually happened without blaming other people. That means I got to go through my pain of what happened, without blaming my parents, without blaming my family, but actually recognizing that I did grow up in a painful environment, and how did that shape me, and that who have I become along the way, and what choices have I made because of that, and to
So
make
it-
to have role model, because role model, someone who have been there, done that, can make it easier for me to be able to feel safe to go through a process that might not be that easy.
Wow. So it sounds like I'm hearing 3 R's, like you saw the reality as it is, and then you
Yeah.
took radical responsibility. And
That's
the
right.
thing is that you really, like found a role model that you can actually
Yes,
look up to and model.
that's
Wow,
right.
that's such a brilliant sharing. How about
Thank you.
Tatiana? What's like the one shift for you that really helps you to step into the truth?
Right. I want to talk about subconscious mind because I am a big believer in power of subconscious mind, and I believe that most of our life is spent our logical mind, and we're trying to get the truth from our logical mind, which is so limited. It's just 10% of our life. 90% of our beliefs, of our purpose, needs, values is hidden in subconscious. And that subconscious was created in very early age. We already knew as children by the age of 7 what we love doing, what we care about, what we are good at, creative, what we like playing with. But then, of course, we forgot. And now to access that, we need to go to subconscious mind. How do we do that? Through any states that bring you to relaxation and almost trance state. We all know about different frequencies of our brain, different brain waves. And when we are in alpha, we relax. When we zeta, we almost before sleep. And that's why I really use a lot the self-hypnosis that Jim Kwik was talking about as well, to access the truth and to rewire which is not true, right? And you can get there in any ways. You can use self-hypnosis. You can do this exercise just before you woke up. You woke up and you asked yourself that question, what I would truly love doing today? What would I love for my life, right? And if
love that.
if you master that talk, that conversation with your subconscious, you can also request the dreams to give you the answers. You can go to bed, to sleep, and you just say, I want to dream about what would be the best for my family now, what would be the best for my work now. And you will get that communication happen.
Yeah, I agree. Like, so what I'm hearing is really the state of relaxation, to rewire, and then to have a conversation and to set the intention. Remember, like you guys watching out there, write it down and type it in the chat, because like what Jim Kwik mentioned, right? It really takes action. When you actually type it, write it, that will help you to remember, because I'm taking notes too. I'm going to take action and do this. So yeah, and let us know what you like. Let us know what you like to hear. And I will jump right to Dan to actually hear what will be your technique to actually step out of this fear and move into your truth.
Okay, I kudos to Victoria and Tatiana. I love what you guys have been sharing, and there's so much truth in what you are sharing. There's this modality that I really, really teach and love, and I love it. That's why I teach it, and I teach it because I love it. It's called human design, and human design is basically it tells us that when we make a decision, especially big ones in our life, the decision is not made in the mind. The decision is actually made in the body, in our bodies. So this is quite counter to what we used to know about the mind, because we know that the brain is such a powerful machine. It can do so much. It's the best machine on earth, right? So why is it that Dan says that we're not supposed to make a decision using our brain. Then what does the brain do? So a brain is used to think, to worry, to calculate, to reflect, to fantasize, to imagine, to reflect. But when we make a decision, the decision is made in the body. So I think this is what Tatiana means about the subconscious, right? There is a lot of subconscious that is about the bodily intelligence, including the brain as well. It is not the logical side of it. It is not the conscious on side of the brain. And I think there is a lot of bodily intelligence that our body, if we tune into it, when we have inner attunement, we can then let that lead us to outer attainment. It's inside out, not outside in. And there is this little exercise, like a 3-minute to 5-minute exercise that I use with all my clients, which I encourage everybody to do here today when you have time. It is called core desire mapping. So it's called core desire mapping. And this speaks to what Victoria was saying, right? To lead us to the truth, we need to face our feelings. It's all about the excavation of the feelings, right? And this exercise is very simple. I want you to imagine that I've invited you to my birthday party. By the way, I just turned 50 years old and I just celebrated my big 5-0. And yeah, and
Happy birthday.
I invite Tatiana, I invite Crystal, I invite Victoria, I invite all of you to my birthday party, and you show up, right? And to your surprise, you come to my home and you realize, Dan, where's the food? Where are the drinks? Are we going to go hungry? And I'm like, guys, this is a very special party. I'm not serving you any food or drinks. What I'm serving is a magical platter, okay? And then I open this platter and I say, on this platter are all the feelings and emotions that are available to the human being. This is a buffet. You can have all the feelings and emotions that you ever want, as many. You can be greedy. I give you the permission to be greedy. Now, what I want you to do is to really tune into your body. Okay, this is not a logical exercise. This is a purely bodily, somatic exercise. Tune in, drop into your feelings, and think about what is it that you want to feel amongst all the feelings that you want. Could it be joy? Could it be to feel sexy, powerful, peaceful, empowered, light, excited? So whatever feeling you want, you write it down, and then you might have a list of 15 to 20 emotions, right? You might see recurring themes in it as well. And then out of all the feelings, I want you to choose the top 3, and they become your North Stars. So I want you to then look at these top 3 feelings. They become your goals and your North Stars for this season. Meaning, instead of thinking about what is it that you want, the question now becomes, if I want to feel joy, if I want to feel peace, if I want to feel empowered, what is the decision do I have to make? What feels like the next aligned step? So if you have got 2 options, A or B, you ask yourself, would I choose A or B so that I can have more peace? If I want more joy in my life, should I choose A or B? Yeah. Choosing A makes me feel more empowered, or choosing B makes me feel more empowered. So you use your feelings as a guide, and then it gets really exciting because there are a million ways to get to the feelings you want, and it is available to you right now.
That is so true. But one question I'm so curious, I want to ask Victoria also, because especially when it comes back to feeling, sometimes we are, especially coming from a place of numbness or not used to feeling. What was the important thing to teach, that you have to actually overcome to learn how to feel? Because when it's your first time feeling, sometimes you don't even know if this is the right feeling. I'm not sure how many of you can resonate, but when I did it for the first time, I was wondering, I doubted myself, like, am I right to feel this way? Is it? Yeah, so I want to actually hear from you too.
So for me, right, what I learned is that there's no good or bad feeling. The feeling is just whatever that shows up in any given moment. And I think that's part of the psychological safety we need as a leader, to be okay to feel whatever we feel and being responsible for it. So what I would say is that, how do I know? Because the feelings is always valid. I either feel, I will feel whatever I feel at any given moment. But the most accurate way, in my opinion, to understand whether I am, my perception is accurate or not, because it's all about perception also, is to look at my result. am I happy with the result I'm getting right now? Am I making enough money, the money I want? Am I having the relationship I want? Is my health the way I want it to be? Is my energy the way I want it to be? Am I focusing enough? So these are a good gauge to help me measure whether there's any accuracy in how I feel. Because a lot of people will tell themselves that, oh, it's okay, no problem, but meanwhile, they are not happy. So then which is more accurate? So I would say that, how I assess my feeling in terms of accuracy, not good or bad, not right or wrong, is to look at my result. Is this what I want? If I say to myself, I'm okay with it, then I better I need to take responsibility to be okay with it and not complain about it. The problem is that people tell themselves, I'm good with it, I'm okay with it. Meanwhile, they are complaining and worrying and blaming.
So that there's actually a disconnect.
That's right.
The congruence is not there.
That's right.
Okay. So, and if there's one thing that like leaders really want to actually learn to attune so that they can lead better, what's one last word that you want to share with them so that they can take it from here? Something actionable. So I'll let you start first, Victoria.
For me, comes back to for leaders to lead more effectively and influence better is to be able to be the leader or be the person you want to work with. So for example, if you want A player on your team, be the A player. Don't expect others to be A player while you are the B and C player.
All right.
So
I love that. Be the A player. Love it.
Yes.
And how about for Dan? What would be one thing that
I love this question. There are so many ways to answer it, but then I landed on this answer, which is, I think to be a great leader, we should lead with the question of, and sometimes leadership can be tough. It can be very challenging. There are so many areas and things to consider. But I think the one question that I tend to lead challenging situations with is, what would love choose to do in this moment? What would love choose to do in this moment? And the question also becomes like, it opens up, right? Like, what can I do for you? How can I be of service? How can I help? And this shifts the tendency to focus on the self to soul service. And instead of shining the torch towards yourself, you're saying, I'm going to point the torch outwards. I'm going to shine it and I'm going to brighten the path for all of us, right? And then we stop obsessing over, what am I going to get out of this? Is this good for me? Is it going to benefit me? Am I good enough? And we start asking, how can I help? And then when you lead with that question, a lot of possibilities starts to open up because people can feel it energetically as well. And you're not just leading yourself, you're leading other people too. So I think that's the question that I tend to lean on in challenging situations.
Amazing. And last question for Tatiana. What would you one takeaway for the leaders? For them to go.
Absolutely. I love the answers and I love this conversation. Find your observer point. Go beyond that monkey brain that Danny is talking about. Go beyond those emotions and bodily sensations that Victoria is talking about. Not neglecting, but go beyond. And then you will observe yourself. I'm not my body. I'm not my mind. I see all the possibilities and I'm here to serve the other. So I will move focus from I'm not enough, I'm not capable to another person. And that's where fulfillment comes to it. So be observer of your life.
Be an observer. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. And this panel is so insightful. I'm so grateful for all of you thought leaders in this specific space to share your thoughts. And yeah, Michael, do you have a word for them?
Yeah, it's been great. First of all, let's give you a round of applause. It was just a great panel because it is about the audience. And by the way, everybody listening out there, this is for you. The whole show tonight is for you. We're really spending our time because we want to bring this, and it's not just to Singapore. We broadcast over 50 countries. So it is really to bring the information out to the world and do this as one family for positive media. So I wanted to thank you all for being on. This has been great. Crystal, that was just fantastic. We're about to go to commercial, and then we have lots more to come. This is just a power-packed night, and we've just begun. How's that? All right, everybody. See you in a minute.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. we've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
You know, this is just what a great show tonight. It's power-packed information. It's information that you can use, and we're live. We're bringing this to you from Singapore, and it's great to have everybody here that is just leaving the information with you, bringing it out, something you can use immediately. Oh, a question just came up off the panel. That's pretty funny. No, Joseph and Jim did call in. That's correct. They're not there, but you know, we are all over the world with this. There are so many people that are truly making a difference every single day, and we have so much more to come. So make sure you settle in. Share the stream on Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitch, YouTube, X, wherever you are, wherever you're listening to this, share it with other people. Let them have that same information. And by the way, what great comments. Thank you all for commenting from where you are around the world. It's just awesome to see everybody here. And we're going to wake up Europe. You know, we're going to wake up Europe because they're sleeping a little bit. You know, the people in England, we're going to get them in France and Spain, and we're just going to keep going and just on and on and on. It's a great time to be here. So I'm about to turn the show back over, but I wanted to make sure that everybody also registers. Because if you register, we're going to have a special call this week. And that special call is really going to be about you. And we're going to do, and I'll put it right now, it just hit the chat. It's about networking. It's about masterminding. It's about getting to know each other and learning about great speakers, great authors, great trainers, great business people, great people in AI. And by the way, I just spoke at a big show in an AI show in Japan, and that was amazing. So I'm so thankful to be here. Here we go for another great night. And I'm so honored to have all of you on. Crystal, you did it. You're phenomenal. The energy you bring and what you do for the Tribune, I can't tell you. It's just, it warms all of our hearts, and it's great to see this happening. I'm going to take myself off stage and turn the show back over to you.
Thank you. So thanks for the compliment, Michael. So it's not about me, and it's really about all of you watching, tuning in, taking your time to join us today. So we are having really the top speakers, top guests to be here to give you massive value so that you can take away so many things today. So right now in this panel, we will be actually talking about money. So whether you are managing your business budget or your personal savings, you are a financial leader. So how you're making money decisions shapes your everyday life and your future. And today we have amazing guests. Let me just bring them on. So we have Dame Wendy Tan. Hi, Wendy, who is the CEO of Globe Engineering, leading Malaysia's top fire protection contracting specialist. So you may be curious, why is she here? Because she is also the CEO of Globe Success, which is a partner of Money and You, which Dame Doria actually shouted out when we started the program.
I'm going to jump in just for 1 second because there's a big background. Right, I get to do this. But for those of you that are on and listening, if you're not sort of on to talk, as we say on stage, go ahead and please mute your phones because we are picking up a background. So that would be fantastic. Okay.
All right. So, so I was saying that from her program, she have transformed countless entrepreneurs through immersive financial leadership education, helping them shift their relationship with money and building purpose-driven wealth. So, hey, Wendy. And next we have Chloe Lin, who is an option investor and an educator. So currently on her sabbatical leave, but what's happening is that she's guiding individuals to master strategic investment vehicles to take control of their financial growth, just like she did. And we also have Regina Cole, which is the founder of the Financial Coconut. So if you ever heard of Financial Coconut, I think most of us Singaporeans, we know that. They are Singapore's first ever leading personal finance podcast, breaking down money conversations into practical insights for everyday entrepreneurs and leaders. So welcome to all you amazing people in the money industry doing phenomenal things. So I'm so curious to find out from maybe say Wendy. Wendy, I'm curious to know, so far in your line of work, because you have been doing Money and You for over 25 years, what is the one biggest myth about money that keeps people from building the wealth that they want?
That money is very hard to come by.
Correct. What is
Money
one thing
grows.
blocking people?
Say that again, Crystal.
What is the one biggest money myth that is keeping people from building the wealth that they want?
In their mind, that they feel that money is very hard to come by. So when that happens, it doesn't materialize. You know, and I was one of them. As a kid, we come from a very poor family. But seeing how the rich live, I was determined to make it happen. So that's what makes me go and work on myself, a lot on myself, to make it happen, to be somebody very successful right now.
Yeah, that's so true. It's really about the stories that we tell. How about Chloe? What is your perspective on that?
I think when it comes to money, a lot of people, especially when it comes to investing, they would think that, wow, you know, you need to be very good at finance. Your maths must be top grade in order to be a good investor. And unfortunately, for me, I'm not good at maths. I'm also not from a finance background. And yet I'm still able to grow my wealth in a very, very safe way through investing. And that's what I've been always coaching my students. Like, you really don't need to have that barrier thinking that you need to have a lot of money to get started. You don't need to think that you must be very smart to be and intelligent to be good at investing. All you do is make sure you start doing something that's really simple, like buying the index fund, and you're able to have this proven vehicle to grow your wealth. And that is Buffett's advice as well.
Yeah, I agree. It's really the stories that we tell ourselves that we're not good enough. We can't do that. How about Reggie? Like, what's so far you have been doing the podcast, interviewing so many people. What is something that you have observed?
Yeah, hi everyone. Can you hear me right?
Yes.
Right, okay.
Perfect.
Okay, great. Yes. So actually, after doing this for a long time, so we've done 300 podcasts, right? I genuinely do not think it's purely a mindset problem. Right? Like it is probably a lot more on the structural situation, like where are you in the whole economic structure, right? So ultimately there are all sorts of reasons as to why you are where you are, right? But kind of jostling into a better position, to me, that's the main thing, right? You must have that surplus between your income and your expense, and then when you have the money sitting there, right, your mindset will just shift, right? So and we've done surveys on our audience, most of them make six-figure, right, a year, right? So 150 to 250,000, that's half the audience. So there's a self-select in who will spend an hour every week on a podcast about money, right? So I think over time we've come to realize that it's not about just changing like a myth or something. It's really getting yourself in a better position. Then your stories you tell yourself will change quite naturally. You know what I mean?
Yes, true. Because when your external reality reflects what you believe internally, that match will be there. So it's to really create that surplus of a maybe increase of income, reduce your expenses so that you can see a little bit, then you can really believe what you want to believe in.
Exactly. And I think there is a marginal upside in sitting there and trying to reframe your mind. Like it's not everything. I mean, it's something. It's not nothing. But the bigger upside will be to kind of rework your finances or jostle yourself into a higher income structure. Then that surplus will change all this. Exactly.
Wow, that makes a lot of sense too. And I'm also curious to know, so basically, because it sounds like you are actually living it from your experience. So maybe through your experience, would you like to share how you jostle yourself to actually have this surplus so that...
I mean, I'm the number one business finance podcast, right?
Yes, correct.
I wasn't, right? So I stayed in Kuala Lumpur for a long time, for quite a few years, and I compressed my cost of living. In Singapore, you spend a certain amount of money, right? I think 3,000 up down, it's a fair living standard, in Singapore. But I managed to compress it by half to live in Kuala Lumpur, right? So when I had that, then it's the surplus is there, but at the same time, the kind of cost pressures are much lower, right? So it changed the story that I tell myself, right? So exactly, it's the external reality that then kind of adjusts the kind of stories that I tell myself, right? And that's the whole reason why I think I can stay on and build a media business, because it's so hard. As much as it's within the business finance category and we've engaged a lot of audience, but engaging audience is one part of the story, right? Actually building that business has a long burn, right? So that part was very difficult, but because I could compress it, it worked. And over time, your money compound and all that. So now I'm in a much better place. I'm back in Singapore, right? So just trying to do the grind out of here. Yeah.
Wow, this is brilliant. I think like all of you watching can get something tangible, because Reggie has walked the talk. He has actually really compressed his expenditures by half to be able to build that runway, to actually allow him to build his business, to actually allow things to grow and materialize.
If you don't mind, add a little bit more, right? So, and I think sometimes the word on the street, whether it's on the internet or experts, they always tell you, right? You got a budget, save money, all those kind of stuff, right? In my personal experience, engaging with a wide-ranging bunch of Singaporeans, people are already doing their best, right? Like people that are not in the circle, that means they're not interested to begin with. Right, so I weed them out. The rest that actually have some sort of interest to manage their money are doing whatever level best that they can. And there's probably some tweaks in here and there that you can make some finer adjustments, do a bit of mindset reshaping on certain higher margin things, branded goods, all this kind of thing, right? But people do all those stuff, right? So okay, so that's that. But the matter is, at some point, there's only so much you can cut. Right.
So it's really to have a contrarian thinking, to think out of the box, to really go out of the box.
Okay. I cannot say that, if not I will get thrown out of the country. But
think out of the box. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I absolutely agree, because for example, I think when it comes to managing money, a lot of people, the first thing they want to think about is investing. However, just like what Reggie said, it's so important that we learn to manage it well first, right? Only when you have surplus, then it makes sense to think about investing. And when it comes to out of box, like for example, right now I'm in Canada and I'm spending 6 months here, and while I know that my portfolio is able to sustain me, I'm also thinking, how am I able to cut my expenses without having to spend too much money? And that's what I'm doing. Is I'm actually right now living on a farm as a volunteer. And because of that, I literally have almost zero expenses, because my accommodation is being covered and my food expenses is also almost being covered. So in a way that right now, I also have a lot of so-called surplus, where I can actually continue to invest as well.
Amazing. Wow. How about Wendy? I would love to actually hear about
my thinking is very different from Chloe and Gigi.
Tell us about it.
I come from the mindset is, how can I earn more to spend more? So it's very different. So how can I build more wealth so that I can be able to live the life that I want to live?
And I do agree, because even if you compress, if you're not earning a lot, how much more can you compress?
That's
correct.
true.
So I would love to also hear your how, when you talk about earning more, what are certain, maybe at least one strategy that actually really help you to earn more?
I think as for employee, if you happen to be an employee, how can you help the company to do better so that your boss can pay you more salary? So when you get a higher salary, then you can do a lot more. For
So giving more and asking for more.
Yes. So rather than squeezing yourself, I would say, how can you do a lot more to earn that more?
How about for entrepreneurs?
As an entrepreneur, I mean, I built my business from zero to right now, we do about 100 million turnover a year. So it took a lot of things. It took a lot of me to work on it, especially working on my inner self. Because like what the earlier speaker was talking about, feelings. In 1998, when I attended Money and You, I have no feelings. I was just a very angry woman and always pushing my staff to do the work at the site, making sure no problems come back to the office. I was too hard on myself at that point in time. But through the program I attended in Money and You, I transformed myself to where I am today, So there are a lot of things that we have to really look inwards. The more we are able to look inwards and find ourselves, the easier the money will come. That's for me. That's how I'm a person that can attract money quite easily now.
Wow. So that's why compressing your spending is not an issue. It's really about just earning more. And it sounds like because after you feel, you actually, the alignment help you to actually receive and welcome so much wealth that you don't even have to be concerned about your money. So it somehow, I think it's a journey, because I feel like at a different stage of building wealth, when we are at the beginning, it's really about, compressing your expenditure, trying to find ways to earn more. But when you are already at that 100 billion turnover stage, it's not relevant to actually compress your spendings anymore, because that wouldn't actually even make a dent in what you have.
Yeah, at this point in time, yes, it does not.
Amazing.
In fact, I'm looking at buying a few new cars for my employees this weekend.
Wow. I think that is also an amazing retention strategy.
Wow.
Yeah. Business building strategy. That's amazing. And I'm also curious to know, because all of you have observed the patterns of people. I want to actually find out, is there a pattern that you see in people who create financial success? I'll let Wendy go first.
Well, like I say, one of the things is I have a lot of money blocks during my younger days. But because after attending Money and You, that has helped me a lot to really do more inner work on what is holding back to allow myself to have more money. So through the many private sessions that I have with many healers, and through attending Money and You continuously, I really work on clearing the money block. And inside Money and You, there are also many games on money. And through there, I make sure I repeat the classes every time when the course is on, and finding more clarity. And that really helps.
Wow. And how about for Chloe? Like so far, like teaching, being an educator, teaching people, what are certain things that you have observed that make people create the financial success that they want?
I think the first thing is they are really willing to take action, right? Because a lot of times when it comes to learning anything, right, it doesn't have to be just investing. A lot of people can be learning, but they are not applying. So just like what Jim just now he was saying, right? It's like the applied knowledge. Like once you are able to apply, then you start to see whether does this work for you. And if it doesn't work, how can I improve on it, right? And it just kind of remind me many years back when I first started investing, I was learning so many things, right? And at that time, because I was so confused, I did not really know how to apply it well and end up actually losing a lot of money. But the thing is that losing money made me learn so much better. And because of that, I'm now finally able to find a strategy that truly works for myself, right? Which is actually using ETF and combined with options that help me to build up my $1 million portfolio. And I think all this, it's the relentless search to really find a suitable instrument for yourself. Be it, is it in career path, relentlessly to find out which path works for you the best in investing, which vehicle works for you the best, and in partnership, like which partner works for you the best, right? And then once you're able to find that, you really keep on doubling down on that and never give up. And the search process will really help you to refine and improve, and you will definitely be able to see the success that you always want.
Wow, beautifully said. So it's really about searching, understanding yourself, just like what Wendy said, right? Going deeper and then doing the correction to actually get clearer, the clarity of what you want. And the I would say the action, taking action, because if you're just having the knowledge, you will never know. And how about Reggie?
Okay, so for a start, I just want to clarify what Wendy said just now. So it is, to me, it's not just about, it's not this or that, right? I think you got to do both, right? It's about creating a surplus, so raising your income and compressing your costs. I think that is first principle, right? You do both. As for trying to kind of get people to achieve what they want to achieve, you know, in the financial category, I've come to accept that actually most people can do it. You know, it's not that difficult. Yeah, it's just a process of prioritizing, right? Because if you have too many things that you want at the same time, too many forces are pulling you in too many different directions, you often end up like zoning out from some of these things, and then you don't take action. All those things are just an externality that is created as a result of you wanting too many things at the same time. Right. So for me, it's just about prioritizing. And if you can weed out what is not so important in this phase of life or in this time period in your life, then, you know, you day in, day out, you look at the same thing, you rinse and repeat. It's a habit building exercise. Most people can achieve that. You know, how I think the modern individual is struggling with is because every day somebody's telling you this is better. Every day somebody is telling you, oh, that is correct. You know, and I mean, like in Singapore, I don't know how many of our audience are all over the world, but in Singapore, if you come up from the train station, there are 101 shops, you know, trying to tell you to come in before you get home, right? So there are just so many people trying to sell you so many things, you know, that I think sometimes people are just chasing after the next thing without realizing that actually, you just do one or two of these few things, rinse and repeat, give it some time, you get there.
Exactly.
Yeah,
The unique thing is that you're in the media industry, and especially noisy in the media industry. So how would you advise for a person to then cut that noise to see the priority? Because I think that is the greatest challenge in today's day and age, where everyone is grabbing for your attention.
Yeah. So okay, I have a one interesting observation that I've had with a lot of people is that many people want to learn, for example, like how person A does their family, how person B does their money strategies, and then how person C does their fitness strategy, right? But truth of the matter is person A plus B plus C does not exist in the real world. Right? Like person A is a totality of everything, how they do life, how they do money, how they do their fitness. And maybe their fitness is not good, you know, because they have been spending too much energy with money and with their family. Right? So for me, the realistic part is to look at somebody that is like the whole package of who you are or who you want to be, and then you can kind of absorb from there. And don't be in a rush to select anybody. There are many market trends and many market cycles, many opportunities. You will not stop coming, right? So, be a bit more realistic with your search, right? And find somebody that you want to be. I think that's the lowest hanging fruit as to how you emulate. Yeah, and I think that's kind of the best simple basic advice that I can give anyone. As for the media incentive is always to capture your attention, always, right? So they'll do everything, learn this one thing, learn that 5 things, this will change your life, rubbish, right? There's a lot of statistical background that you need to look at, but it's very hard to go into an extended discussion around that. So for me, the lazy way is to look at this person and say, hey, do I want to be like that?
Find a realistic role model. Instead, I love it. How about for Chloe? Because Chloe also just mentioned, right? Like when she started out, she actually started out with every investment. And then how did you actually find the best investment that suits you?
I think at the end of the day, it's really about alignment, right? Because at the there are so many vehicles out there, trading, value investing, just like what Reggie was saying, like for example, if your role model is you want to be Buffett, then you cannot just, everybody is always impressed by Buffett's success, right? That how he is able to compound he into his billions and billions. But how often do people really study the extent that Buffett studied, right? And if you don't read 500 pages a day, how do you expect yourself to be as good as Buffett, right? So that is when I start to question myself, like, even though I learned value investing, I ask myself, like, am I willing to sacrifice so much time to read an annual report, and not just one company, but so many different companies? And I know that the lazy me, I'm not willing to do that, right? And I'm willing to accept that my return will not be as stunning as Buffett, right? But what will be a better way for me to still have a very decent return, but give me that lifestyle that I love, which is to be free, like to be traveling, do whatever things that I love, create content on my Arigato Investor channel and all this. And I know if my time and focus, just like what Regis said about priority, right? If my priority is to enjoy my freedom travel style, at the same time enjoy my content creation style, I know that I would not be able to prioritize learning so much deeper into individual business and company. And that's how I shift, right, to ETF investing, which I thought it was so brainless, so easy to do. Anyone can do it. And if you learn a little bit more about options, if you combine that, you are able to increase your return even more in a safe way, right? That is inspired by Buffett as well. So I think that's why after years and trial and error and really learning myself as a character, which one fits me the best. And that's where I'm doubling down right now to do what I'm doing. Yeah.
Amazing. Wow, I love that. So it's really to understand yourself and then find something that suits you instead of chasing some like everything else. And I would also love to hear from Wendy, because Wendy, like, when was the point that you know that you want to double down on your business? Let me put you back. Yeah, because I know that back then, you know, your business also been through a phase, like you were down. That's, you mentioned just now that you were exposed to money and you, and I'm sure back then there were also many distractions. Like you could be an employee, you could, you know, there's so many things you could do. And what makes you decide that I want to double down on my business and this is my path?
I think in 1998 was the year I attended Money and You, and in 1999 I spent more than 5 million to buy out my business partner share. And that was the best things that I ever did for myself and the company. And because of that, that's how I started to use a lot of the Money and You principles. I applied back into my organization and grew the company. And practically all my engineering staff, one of their requirements working in Globe Engineering was to attend the program, so that we have the same frequency, we talk the same. You know where the boss is coming from, so it becomes very easy to make things happen. So it's very important that everybody in the organization is very aligned.
So in a way, the alignment for you and your people has to be there. So whatever like good training that you go for, like Money and you actually ensure that they speak the same language so that the alignment is there.
Yeah, instead of paying that kind of money for outside trainer, all the stuff goes through Money and You.
I see.
So they do not need to pay, they just attend the course. So it was very fortunate that I owned the rights of Money and You and could send all my engineering staff to that program.
Amazing. And since you have shared so much about it, I think our audience will be so curious to know what is the key principle. I know that there are many key principles that is taught in the program, but if there's just one thing that the audience can take away today, what's one thing that you would like to share with them?
All opportunities, just get out of my mind. But anyway, go for the program Money and You to lay the foundation and learn the principles of wealth. That's one of the things that I highly encourage, because Money and You is a program that you can go back again and again without having to, all you have to do is just invest once, and it's a lifetime of studying and networking.
But if they don't have the privilege to experience it in person, is there one thing that, let's say one principle that you adopted that has served you over the past decades?
Go and do more work on your inner self. There are many healers around town. They are right in Singapore. Mulika is a lady that I work with a lot. Then there is also Heiko and Selena that do releasing. So I continuously do all this work. When I face a challenge, I'll call on these people. I would discuss with them, because it's always something that's about us from our inner child that's not allowing us to have what we want in our life.
So it sounds like it's a lot of inner child releasing on all these fears and all these invisible chains that are tying us down.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. And how about for Chloe, if there will be one thing that you want the audience to walk away with so that they can make a shift in their finances, what is that one thing that you would like to share with them?
I think I absolutely agree with what both Reggie and Wendy said. The first thing that you can do, the bare minimum thing, is learn how you can cut down your expenses, right? And the second thing that you should learn to do is how to increase your income. Because only when you are able to, just like a business, you are able to increase your top line, which is your revenue, and decrease your expenses. That's how that meat in between gets bigger and bigger. And eventually, once you know that, wow, you are able to have so much saving left every single month, learn to invest. Because if you don't learn how to invest, this money will just be deteriorating and just losing value due to inflation, right? But if you just start investing in something really simple, like buying an index fund, S&P 500, that goes on like 10% year on year, your meat start to compound, right? This gets bigger and bigger like a snowball. And that is the simplest way to create wealth. So I hope that will inspire more people to look at investing in a different light. It's nothing complicated, and anyone can start. All you need to do is make sure you really take action and follow through that.
I love it. I love it. How about Reggie? Like any one tip that you want to leave?
Okay. There are many things to say, but maybe one last thing to share with everyone. I really like this line from a friend of mine, Chow. He came on the show. I think he's been featured on all the media. I think he's in Chiang Mai now. And he said this one line, you should be more active with your active income and more passive with your passive income. And I really like that, right? Because so often we, it's like we're quite good at our jobs, right? Like we're quite good at it. And then instead of doubling down at what we're good at, we think like, maybe let me go and try something else, right? And then we spend all the time and effort in something else that we're not familiar with, thinking that we can be better than the professionals that are playing at that market, right? So it's statistically unrealistic. Is not very smart in my point of view, right? So if we draw everything back, I think just be more active with what you're good at, right?
Yeah,
and,
be more
a bit
active with your
passive.
active income and more passive with your passive income. I like that.
Yeah, I like it too. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you for this session today. And I've learned so much from all of you. And let's welcome Michael back. Okay, maybe Michael in a while. But okay, so maybe one more thing from Wendy. I really love to hear, because Wendy is such a humble woman, because going through that program myself, I've known there are so many universal principles that are shared. And Wendy is actually actively applying it. So if there's just one more universal principle that you would like to share, what is that you can share with the audience so that they will be more intrigued?
All upsets are opportunities to know the truth. So when you're upset, what's the truth about it? So this is one principle that I use a lot when I'm upset with the person. It's not the person, it's actually me.
Wow.
So I really like this principle. For me, it means a lot to me.
So you explore that emotion and dig deeper. And it's actually so true, because when we talk about money, I mean, all of you are in the realm of money, is actually beyond the dollar. It's actually really the emotion that is attached to it. And everyone has a different meaning and story to it. Yeah, so it's really to explore it so that we can actually understand
the other thing is to really to get into money is to go into properties. For me, I venture a lot into properties, and in Singapore, there's also a company that works very closely with Money and You, Marco and Friends, and they have very good property courses that I also highly recommend if you want to go into properties, because that is also where I built my wealth, and I have a lot of properties and all sorts of properties in my portfolio.
So it sounds like there are so many different vehicles, right? From businesses, from properties, from options. Yeah. So it's really ultimately coming back to yourself to find what's most suitable for you, what's most suitable that is aligned to your lifestyle, so that you can truly take the financial leadership that is really truly yours. Like what Reggie said, that is so good also, because it's not about taking A from person A, B from, like, plugging and play and feeling that you are falling short. Is really finding a realistic role model that you can model after, that matches your lifestyle, so that you can really enjoy that life that you truly desire. All
Yes,
right.
small.
Thank you so
Start small
much.
in everything that you want to do, and you can
Thank
build it
you.
from there.
Thank you. And right now thank you for the session. And right now we'll actually be heading for a short commercial break before the next panel. So stay tuned,
Thank
and
you.
I'll see you all again.
Arigato.
Thank you.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hello and welcome back. I hope you all really took on notes and found something so valuable and useful in the session earlier. And right now we'll be actually having our next panel. But before we go into that, for those of you who are tuning in and you have not registered yet, I will strongly encourage you to actually go to our website, www.latsingaporeshow.com, to register, so that you can actually be notified of our future event, and also be having an exclusive call with you after this event to actually anchor in the learning. All right. So I'll repeat, is www.latsingaporeshow.com. Okay, remember to register, and let's hop into the next panel. So this next panel, we have an amazing panel of visionary leaders. So where we will dive in on how today's entrepreneurs are navigating uncertainty, building their businesses, and leading with both heart and strategy. All right, so right now, let me just invite them on. So we have Michelle Horn. She's the founder of Mom Boss Academy and Employ 360, which are platforms that have empowered thousands of women to build profitable, purpose-driven business without sacrificing their families or freedom. Welcome. And we have Sabrina Princessa Wang. So she's a serial entrepreneur and a digital strategist, building multiple ventures by blending content, commerce, and community into thriving online business. And we have Uma Ruth Chia. She's a multi-award-winning executive creative director, so co-founder of Curve. I hope I didn't pronounce it wrongly. Helping brands and entrepreneurs craft stories that sell, scale, and create lasting impact. So welcome all of you, ladies.
Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
Thank you for being here. And all these ladies have inspired me in so many beautiful ways. And I think when you talk about leadership, it's really about not just leading yourself, but leading people, leading your business. So, and these ladies have their own very incredible success. And I'm actually really, really curious to know, what is the one challenge about building? I know there are many challenges in terms of building businesses and managing people, but if we were to just condense it into just one challenge, I'm curious to know, say, maybe you can start from Michelle. What is the one challenge about building a business that people often underestimate?
Thank you for having me, and thank you for asking me the first question. I think for me, especially as a mom building a business from home, for me, one of the things that people often underestimate that I do every single day is that making that 1,000 decisions alone, right? Every day with no one telling you whether you're doing it right. So for me, it's probably that loneliness and decision fatigue, especially for moms, right? It's an additional invisible workload for the moms out there watching right now. You probably know that it's just not just business, it's business, managing kids, meals, right, lives. And so I think people underestimate how heavy it can get, right? People think that, oh, it's all about the money, it's all about the strategy. So I think sometimes it's not just the work that sort of can burns us out. Is sort of for me is working in the dark, really, especially in that starting few years, right? The first few years, working in the dark, not even knowing that's even working.
Yeah.
So it's been
I can totally resonate. And I think Uma can resonate a lot also because she's also a mom. Share with us, Uma, like what's the challenge that you feel you are facing in your own entrepreneurship journey?
I think I'm going to echo of Michelle and Crystal. Yeah, we've had this conversation as well. I've got 2 teenagers, and I remember trying to juggle. You think that having a teenager and then when they're younger, you can leave them alone and they're teenagers, but no, you can't, right? Okay, the biggest challenge coming to that, right? I think I was my biggest challenge in my entrepreneur journey. It wasn't the market, it wasn't the competitors, it's not the economy. It's been 5 years now, plus we're running our agency, my business partner and I. She's a single mom, I'm a mom, we've got kids around the same age. And there'll be moments, especially when things go really quiet, you start questioning yourself. Am I doing the right thing? Like being in the dark, as Michelle said, is this even worth it? It's not because things are going bad. I mean, you've gotten through that hurdle, but sometimes you think, am I the right person for this? Am I good enough? And then when things get bad, you've got those emotional struggles as well while you're trying to be present with your family, you're trying to be present with your business. The voices of self-doubt get really, really loud and imposter syndrome kicks in. Even though I've been in advertising for 20 plus years and I know I'm good at it, you think, but I'm not one of the boys. Maybe it's too hard, or maybe I'm not right. Maybe it's a better way. Why are other people going faster than me?
Yeah, I can totally resonate. And how many of you in the audience can resonate with this too? I don't think this is actually unique for entrepreneurs, right? I think sometimes being employee, we also doubt ourselves. Am I good enough? Am I the right person? Wow. If you can resonate, type in 1. I would love to actually see how many people can resonate with us. And Sabrina, I'm curious to know, for you, what is the greatest challenge?
I think my challenge is slightly different from the rest since I have no kids. But I would say that, my employees are kind of like my kids in that sense. And there's a little bit of I think the greatest challenge is actually cultural to some extent because our company is a bit regional. So there's different people from different walks of life. And because of the different cultures, the different communities, the different background, sometimes when someone says something, it could be sensitive to someone else, and that can actually cause certain conflicts, which makes it a little bit more difficult when you're managing a team that is kind of remote to some extent, and also crossing different cultural and barriers. I think that has been one of the more challenging things for me.
Wow. And I would also love to actually hear how all of you overcome your own unique challenge. So Sabrina, for you, with that cross-cultural challenge, how do you then manage that?
So for that, I read a lot. So I have to read a lot of the different cultures, especially for my team leads, because my direct communication is with my team leads. So I have to better understand, what would be sensitive for them, and and to be more wary about it, not to really shine too much light on it, because when you label too much, that becomes even worse. So it's more of just trying, maybe I wouldn't say avoid, but try to be more considerate to different cultures and different communities, different sensitive topics. I think the good thing here is that because most of my leads are actually female, which is rare for a tech company. So there is always, when things go a little bit south, we go back to something that's more female oriented to kind of resonate back.
Oh, when you talk about female, so how do you then resonate back?
To some extent, I would say females tend to be a little bit more emotionally resonant as compared to males. So sometimes, if let's say, it gets a little bit more sensitive, you instead of going to more aggressive, you go a little bit more passive.
Instead of facing it with force, it's really bringing a lot more compassion, gentleness to resolve the issue.
Yeah, because and never be too confrontational, because generally when like females, when they're too if you are too confrontational, they tend to kind of like get more defensive about things.
So
sometimes it's better to just back down, because you don't have to win every battle.
So it's really to have that cultural understanding, the nuances, and also the communication, so that you can get your point across, and the cohesiveness, and the still that team, collective bond.
Correct. The word communication is the right word to be able to communicate well, to get the message across properly.
Amazing. And how about Uma, for you, like how do you overcome your challenge of that voice inside you?
I think I learned early, when you start up your business, you need to have people around you who believe in you. And sometimes when I stop believing in myself, or I'm sitting down in the dark and I'm like, oh, I'm doing a really, really bad job, I pick up the phone, or I want to catch up with these people, and they are there reminding me of my why. You're doing this because of this. You're the girl who's done this, this, and this. You've made two people who hate each other talk and create something beautiful. What is this hurdle in front of you? Where is this self-doubt coming from? You need that. I think we all need that.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I do agree. How many of you can resonate to have somebody to remind you, just in case at times you forgot about your brilliance and your achievement? You can get someone to actually just nudge you a little to remind you that you have done that and you achieved that. Yeah, we all need a friend like that. And how about Michelle? For you, how do you then combat that loneliness that you were talking about, and that isolating journey, that fatigue?
For me, is that decision fatigue, right? So I guess we get better as we go on, right? I'm pretty sure Sabrina and Uma can resonate. When we first started, it's like, oh my God, every decision feels like it's life and death. But after a while, you kind of like, it's fine. I'm just gonna make this. I'm just gonna decide and move on. And if I make a mistake, it's okay. And especially, we're on the topic of being a leader in our industry, a leader in our business, as a coach as well. So sometimes we just need to be okay with not having all the answers and just go, fine, I'm just gonna make the decision, even if it is a mistake. Now I know not to make this mistake again. Next time I won't make this decision again, rather than being paralyzed and like, I'm just gonna wait around and see what's gonna happen. So I think with practice, it gets better. But yeah, still there are moments when it's just like, oh my God, there's so many decisions to be made. But it's part of life.
I agree. So it sounds like it's really just taking that leap. If it turns out to be a mistake, at least you learn from it and move forward.
Yeah, what's the worst that can happen?
That's true. Amazing. And I would also love to hear your thoughts. Because I'm sure you have coached thousands of entrepreneurs. And what are the qualities that help entrepreneurs stay in the game long term?
For me, has always been, I think, something that you can't really teach, right? Is, I think, over time you can hone that, is that people coming to you knowing that they can make it happen. They coming to you having that big dreams, having that big why. And it's not really about the starting point. Sometimes people may have, all the resources behind them. And, like Uma say, if you start second guessing yourself, you'll never start. So for me, has always been, resilience and trusting that you can make it happen. And regardless of where your starting point is, for our audience out there, I think it's important to trust in yourself and trust that if you put in the work, if you take the action, it is going to happen for you.
I love it. It's really that self-belief, that self-trust, and knowing that why that helps entrepreneurs stand out.
Yeah, and you would never have all the answers. And sometimes it takes reinvention as well. So, you will definitely outlast your doubts, your dry seasons, or sometimes your own expectations. And it's really not about knowing all the things, being the smartest. And it's really just adapting, right? Learning as you go, adapting. The world is always changing. We will never know 100% of everything. And for me, I think the winners are, just the ones who just didn't quit when it gets boring,
stay in the game,
or it's quiet.
Yeah, I agree. And I'd love to also hear Sabrina's thoughts about it. Like, what do you think is the quality that help entrepreneurs stay in the game?
I think for my case would be more of the want. I think it's similar to what Michelle is saying about the why as well. But I mean, because I've been coaching quite a number of female founders. Strangely enough, I coach female founders. My company, mainly females. I have a lot of affinity to females. When they really want something, whether it's an industry that's completely different from the industry that they are in currently, they tend to be more willing to like really put in the work and really learn the ropes and even like, you know, grinding it from ground zero. If I generally feel that as long as, you know, you're willing to kind of be prepared to try something very different and be willing to really take action instead of just thinking and thinking and thinking, but actually acting on it, that would actually form success somehow. You know, but of course, success is different for everyone. So the phases of success would be also different, and the amount of success would be different. But I don't think that is the most important point to it. But more importantly, you know, like because you are taking the action, you would kind of eventually arrive at the destination, however that destination looks like for you.
Amazing. Yeah, it's really the burning desire, the want to actually step out of it and do things that you have never done before. I love this sharing. How many of you can agree to that too? Yeah, you can say action or put in want. How much do you want it? Okay, I want to hear from Uma. Like, based on what you observe, what do you think helps entrepreneurs stay in the game?
I think the first thing is know yourself, which is I'm just echoing what Sabrina and Michelle have said, right? Know yourself, know why you're doing this. Beyond that pitch, what you would pitch to your VCs and all that, deep inside, you've got your own why, right? So you have to be very clear because you will get disrupted. Things will change, but your strategy has to change. AI might even be able to do a lot of the things you're doing a lot faster, but if you're clear on your why, you'll always find your way back. The second thing is always learn, keep learning something new, pick up a new skill, even if it has nothing to do with what your business is, you're learning, right? Because you never know when that's going to be useful. I went from being a creative director to strategist to business development to now sitting in boardrooms planning quarterly marketing meetings across the region with, you know, both of you work with women founders. I work with a lot of men founders as well as people who are heads of MNCs, and I help them work out their strategy. There are things, I hate Excel sheets, you know, but you got to do it. You have to sit in front of Excel sheets without combusting, you know, along the journey, and you have to be gracious to yourself. I think that's really important. Michelle said you don't know everything, and sometimes you will make mistakes. And when you make mistakes, you tell yourself that without failure, there is no innovating. The fear of innovating, the fear of failure will stop you from innovating. So tell yourself, how have I failed and what have I learned from this? And also with my team, constantly create an environment that encourages people to innovate. If you keep beating them up when they fail, they will never try something new. They'll always do the tried and tested, and then somebody will come and disrupt you. And finally, walk through doors even when you don't have all the answers. If in your heart you feel this is the universe, God has opened this door for me, you know, I don't know what to do. This is new. It's not learning by doing, it's learning while doing. Go forth and do that, right? And ask for help finally. Admit you don't know and ask for help. You have no idea how many times I've told my clients, okay, I don't have an answer for that. I've never done this before, but I'm going to go figure it out for you. And I come back and I say, okay, this is what I've learned. What do you think? Shall we collaborate and do this? And they love it because now they're part of the learning journey as well. And they've got their fingers in the pie, right? It's we're failing together, we're succeeding together. So those are.
Wow, beautifully shared. And I do agree, like entrepreneurship is really a journey of learning and growth, all the way from learning about who yourself is and also the tangible skills to help you to scale and to grow. And I'm curious to know also, let's just say if an entrepreneur would like to scale the business, what's one thing that they have to shift or learn to help them to scale the business? I'll let maybe Sabrina go first.
I guess that the one thing that they need to shift is that it's a bit like what Omar said, we need to experiment a lot, and we are always in territories that we don't really know what's going to happen next because it's very experimental. And if you want to build something amazing, right, the chances is that you're going to be building something that no one has built before. So there's no blueprint for it. You need kind of like figure it out. So you kind of need to kind of accept that you might fail. So test fast, fail fast, and then just move, kind of like adjust and pivot and then, test again. Because at the end of the day, when you run a business, the most important thing is that people are willing to purchase it. If they're not willing to purchase the product or solution that you're actually selling, then that business itself is more like a hobby. It's no longer a business. So testing the market becomes very important. And I think that's why I said, it's important to be able to accept that you might actually fail and to really be willing to experiment and basically take action to see whether or not that product has a market fit.
Yeah, I agree. How about Michelle? What are your thoughts on it?
For me, in terms of scaling, in terms of growing, it has been it starts internally as well, right? We need to start to learn letting go, because as a entrepreneur, as a business owner, we started off by ourselves, doing everything by ourselves, right? So in order to grow, we can no longer do everything by ourselves. For me, is that process of learning to let go, build systems so that other people could do it for you, the automations like AI do things for you, and not adding more things to yourself, right? In order to scale, it's not about changing the nature of my work or change a bit of that, but not just adding on more work for myself, right? And I think that most entrepreneurs, they tend to hit a wall because they're doing everything, right? They are building a business that depends on them. And I made the mistakes of calling, my business is my baby. But even as a baby, eventually the baby has to grow up and be independent without you. So we need to learn to let go, right? So start asking yourself, how can I make the business run without me? What am I doing that maybe somebody else sometimes could actually do better than us, right? So that swallowing that ego that we're sometimes not the best person to take this to the next step, and getting help, building systems. So for myself, right, I remember when I first starting my coaching business, it was the one-on-one coaching. You needed that, right? To understand your target audience, to develop systems and methodology to see how you can best help them. But eventually you know that, hey, I can't take on too many one-on-one clients. It's taking my time away first of all, from my family. And then the next thing is I can't scale. There's only X number of hours I have in a day. So eventually went into group coaching to now into software. So if you want to grow, you really have to fire yourself from everything except the things that you love to do. Sometimes, I do still hold on to things that somebody may be able to do it for me, but I still love to do it. So you got to pick and choose when you scale.
Wow. And that's also a really big shift, because firing yourself, that's sometimes is the ego needs to, like you say, swallow that.
Exactly. And know that you can never find, a lot of times I tell people, you got to let go, hire someone to do it. And they're like, but they just can't do it right. Just
they can't do it as well as you.
Exactly. It was just like, but I can do and this person, they can only do this halfway, they'll never do. I mean, if you want to grow, you kind of have to accept B- work. Nobody can be 100% you. Maybe you need 3% to replace what you used to do. But if that's what you want, that's something that you gotta learn and let go.
Yeah. How many of you can agree with this? Like how many of you find it challenging? Okay, tell me if you agree or you find it challenging. Put it in the chat and let me know. I'm so curious to find out. And how about Uma? Like, what do you think? Like,
same place, I think. Scaling isn't about doing more; it's about doing less better, which means finding the systems that can help you, which also is learning, right? Because it takes a lot of courage to let a machine do what you're doing. and agreeing that the machine's doing a better job than you. And also getting other people to do it. And, Michelle was saying, settling for B class work. One of the things that I learned is that my B class work might be somebody else's A class work. And there were times when, especially younger creatives, right? I've let them do work and they've come back and presented campaigns to me. And I've looked at the work and I said, I've gone down that path. It's not going to work. And then I have to smack myself in my head and say, no, maybe it was you and the way you delivered the work. Give them a chance and let them do it. And they prove me wrong. I'm shocked because they come back with something that I'm like, I went down the route with the same idea and it failed badly, but they took it and they put a different lens to it. And suddenly it's highly successful. So let it happen, because not everyone sees the world through my lens. I have to tell myself that. And I'm not the end of and be all of all opinions on this planet. Other people have come and told me people I think are doing a bad job are doing a great job and they enjoy working with them more so than me. And I'm like, okay, if that's the case, accepting that people are different, and just because they do it differently, it's not worse than you. It doesn't mean that you're better than them or it's worse than you. Let them do it. Let it go. Let go. I think that goes.
It's really giving others the opportunity to allow them to shine, nurturing them, and also, I would say, even when you have walked that path, allow them to grow organically, so that hopefully they prove you wrong, which is a win for everyone. That's amazing. And also, I'm curious to know, like, for those who, like, maybe some of our audiences, they are not entrepreneurs yet, and if they are aspiring to actually start their own business, their own journey, what is one piece of advice that you would like to share with them? Maybe we can let Uma start first.
I think be clear on why you're doing it. Be clear on why you're doing it, and if you're getting if you're getting a business partner with you on this journey, you have to discuss. Oh, great! This is what we're gonna do if we grow, and this is what we're gonna do if things go bad. Have an exit strategy at the beginning, because one thing that I learned is if you don't know how to end it, you should not start it.
Wow, this is really insightful, and I feel like sometimes it may be a difficult conversation to have at the start.
Very hard. Yeah, I didn't have that conversation. That's what I'm telling you. I didn't have that conversation at first, and in the first 3 months we made our million, and we didn't have. We were like, "This is it. We're gonna grow. We're gonna grow," and we did it when COVID happened. We made my business started out of COVID, and then after like 3.5 years into the business, there was all this economic things that were happening, and my clients are mostly global MNCs, and things got hard. And then we had to have that conversation. Okay, if things go really bad, now what are we gonna do? It gets harder to have that conversation when you're in an emotionally pressured state. And sometimes you find your values are different when it comes to exiting and how you want to end things. I wish we had that conversation earlier. It got harder, but we had to come to compromises. So
yes, I love it. This is such a great insight. Amazing, thank you. And how about Michelle? What is the one piece of advice for aspiring entrepreneurs?
What I tend to tell my students is that a lot of time for people who go into entrepreneurship or into business, it's often like, oh, they see an opportunity and they just jump straight in, right? Oh, I see this. Oh, I see people are now into Labubu and they start selling Labubu or something. They just jump right in. Just really look at, besides going into what am I going to sell and what am I going to either a product or a service, work backwards. Like, think about who is the audience? Who are you selling it to? Like, reverse engineer that. How are you going to do the marketing? How are you going to reach out to people? There's this saying that, build great products and they will come. That's not true at all, right? You're just going to build a business. You're just going to have a beautiful website in the, big World Wide Web. No one is going to find you. So you need a marketing strategy about at least some plans about who are you selling to, where are they at, and how are you going to reach out to them to at least promote yourself. So start with that. Yeah.
Amazing. I love that. That's so true, because nobody knows you if they can't see you, they can't find you.
Yes, exactly.
Amazing. Yeah. How about for Sabrina?
I'm actually just jumping in for 1 second. Just
Hi, Michael.
Hey, everybody.
Hi,
The one
Michael.
thing I wanted to say was that was a great point, because there is a tendency, and we do this all the time, as students do two things, or entrepreneurs, business owners. Either they move way too fast, right, to the they're trying to get the strategy and the sales, and they have no presence. They have no, you ask like where your client's coming from. The other thing they do is they take too long. So we used to work with people. My business partner was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years, and over and over and over, students would take years to build a course. And I'm like, what if you did the outline in a month, go out and sell it, see if anybody buys it. If they do, you got something. If not, if the other direction, you're wasting years. And so that was a great point, Michelle. You've all been, this has been an amazing panel. I just wanted to thank you all from the Tribune. You guys are doing amazing. Crystal, you rock. And I'll see you all a little later.
Thanks, Michael.
So I wanted to kind of like end this by saying that, use AI and automation, especially AI, because everything that was said just now on, like testing and stuff like that, even what Michael said about, like launching the course and launching it fast, you can actually use AI to do that. There's a lot of templates. There's a lot of, I don't really want to use assumption, but you can kind of like use assumption, like giving AI the scenario, what you want to create. And then from there, figure out what your ICP, your ideal customer profile looks like. And from there, how to build that marketing strategy, how to put your landing pages, the funnels. AI can help you to structure all of it. As long as you feed it enough information, it can actually help you to plan the entire proposal and kind of like help you to plan, even the visuals can be done using AI. And like after running People's Inc., which is my MarTech company, so I'm like the opposite of Michelle, went from software, then after that to kind of like coaching. In this process itself, I realized that, like building a team that had a lot of people was so intense, and there was so many challenges that, I was facing, like building up the team. So when I actually went into doing my digital academy, it became more solopreneurship. So my co-pilot, like my co-founder, became my AI, and that actually helped me to like kind of launch a lot faster as well, because I don't have to go through so much.
Speed up the whole journey, right? Yeah, and it's really all about leveraging. Amazing.
Yes.
So thank you so much, ladies, for your sharing today. I'm sure the audience have really got so many things. I've written down so many notes. And we'll cut to the commercial break to welcome the next panel, which is also something that continues on this conversation about the presence, the skill. All right. Thank you, ladies, for being here.
Thank you, Crystal.
Hello and
Thank
welcome
you.
to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hey, Michael. Yep. Okay. I
No,
think Michael is
unmute. That doesn't
muted.
help.
Yes.
and Crystal's literally been going for the last, I don't even know how many hours. So she's done a great job. I want everybody out there, just thank Crystal. Give her a big round of applause. You can put ones in the boxes, everything else that we do together. And we do this as a team. So yes, I know. Can you believe that all these years and I still don't hit the unmute button? That's the funniest thing. So I wanted to thank everybody. I'm going to go off stage again, give it back to Crystal. And then after this next panel, I'm going to spend a couple minutes with everybody, and then we're going to listen to a TEDx talk given by our CEO, and then we'll be back to the panels. All right.
All right. Okay. So in this next panel, this is going to be really interesting. So as what Michelle mentioned, right, visibility is something that is so important, especially in this noisy world where everyone is grabbing for your attention. So In this panel, we have amazing leaders that is from different domain, and they will share with you how they actually put themselves out there for the visibility. All right. So first of all, we welcome Alicia. So Alicia is actually a singer and songwriter using her creative media to build emotional connection, audience engagement, and cultural relevance. And we also have Cheryl. So she's a podcast strategist, helping entrepreneurs build authority, attract aligned audiences, and grow their impact. And we also have Rayson. So he's a podcast celebrity whisperer, helping podcasters access high-level guests, build powerful network, and amplify their reach. Of course, through his own work too. And we have Jin Yi. Jin Yi is a founder of Community, co-founder of Grams Video and Media Educator, helping organizations tell better stories, win stakeholder, and build stronger community using B2B video content marketing.
Hey guys, happy to be here.
Welcome all of you. Yeah, so basically, the interesting thing is that all of you come from different domain of the media industry. And I'm actually really curious to know from your point of view, what is the biggest challenge leaders face when it comes to staying visible? So maybe I would like to let Alicia start this conversation first.
Sure. I think the biggest challenge that leaders face is really creating a compelling enough story to keep people watching, because it's very easy to create one video that goes viral or like to hop on a trend and then suddenly get 100K views on TikTok, right? Because we know that it's a discovery platform. But to keep people hooked and to keep people wanting to come back to follow you and to follow you for the right reasons, I think that is the challenge. And that comes from knowing how to frame your narrative and knowing what story you actually want to tell.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. And also, okay, so next I want to hear from Cheryl. What is the biggest challenge, especially for you? You're in a podcast space. So what are the challenge for leaders to stay visible?
I think very similar to what Alyssa was sharing. I think, in a world where it feels like everyone is creating content, I think visibility alone isn't enough, but really what sets the most resonant leaders apart is that distinctiveness, right? And I think a lot of times the most resonant leaders and creators, they aren't just like chasing trends or like trying to get likes, but really the visibility isn't performative, right? So I think the question I like to ask people whenever they are thinking about like, how do I be more visible? And like, because that's the challenge for them right now, the question I like to offer them instead is, right now, are you creating a body of work that's still going to stand the test of time in the next 3 years from now? Or are you just building something that performs in the next week? So that's the question I like to offer anyone who's like really struggling with that visibility challenge.
It's really creating something that lasts. Amazing. How about Rayson? So Rayson is also in the podcast space. So what is the biggest challenge that you've?
Well, I believe, as a podcaster's perspective, is that the biggest challenge is consistency and also with clarity as well. Because I can see that there's so many people that post so much content, but then some of them, they don't do it every week. They do it, bi-monthly or whatsoever, right? In a sense, or even post podcast itself, posting a podcast episode. Some of them, they just do 10 episodes, 20 episodes, and then they start to give up because they don't see much people listening to it. They don't see much engagement to it. And then they feel so deflated, and then they give up on it. And I find that, leaders are actually put in so many directions that actually stay visible by staying visible across platforms while maintaining this cohesive message is actually tough. So I would say that, a podcast can give you a focused space to show up regularly. And also the challenge is carving out time and being intentional about your voice.
Wow. Yeah, it's really the consistency piece and being intentional. I love it. How about Ginny, based on your experience in your space, what do you think is the biggest challenge?
All right, thanks for asking, Crystal. So really happy to be here with everyone. So actually, the funny thing is, I would say it's really important to be yourself, online and offline. So I've met many of my co-panelists in real life as well. In fact, some of them even appeared on my podcast before. So I think it's really important, no matter what you're doing, I think I echo what Cheryl said, right? Your body of works, there must be a certain quality to it. And it's not just about the polishness of it, like your voice and all that stuff. I think that is a given. But that's also how authentic you come across, when you go for offline events. Because I think a lot of times, a lot of new creators, they go a little bit overboard by inflating who they are. And eventually, they tend to overpromise and underdeliver when people finally meet them. And that comes to a point where a lot of people actually think they've been, cheated or catfished in that sense. Yeah, so most of what we do at Gram or community, it's always about trying to find that authentic voice. It doesn't have to be the loudest, it doesn't have to be the most hypiest, but you have to be the truest, and you got to see where's the value you give. I think that is the most important message from my experience as a creator for the past few years.
Wow, I love that sharing. And also coming back to this authenticity piece that you are talking about, because I know sometimes it's in a noisy world, and how do leaders really stay authentic to themselves? Because this is one big challenge too.
I would say it's really important to question your own belief system. So I think there is a difference between being authentic and being stubborn and unchanging. Yeah, so a lot of times people feel that, if I'm poor at something, that's just my style. But as one of my mentors from UCLA once said, right, crap is not the style. You do it poorly, it doesn't mean that that is the best quality it's ever going to be. So you got to be able to question your own current abilities and be ready to face the reality that perhaps you're a work in progress as well, and that's fine. I'm a work in progress. Like even after 15 years in the industry, I'm still a work in progress. So it's really okay to always be, humble, stay grounded, but always be able to see what is the next level, what is the next aspiration that you can become. And of course, it always helps to be active on LinkedIn, on all these social platforms, and following people who are doing a better job than you, because that is literally the best way to learn, right? Through observation. Some would say emulation, but of course, the best way to learn is really to aggregate all the great people that you know and you meet, and really try to understand what makes them so good. And when you improve, apply a little bit of that quality, but make sure you don't lose yourself and you're not just copying someone else.
Wow, I love it. Finding role models to emulate. Amazing. How about Rayson? I would love to actually hear, because just now you were talking about the piece of consistency.
Yep.
So, and I know that you've been in this game for a long time. And how do you, while having a full-time job?
Yeah.
So how did you overcome that? Or how do you manage to stay consistent?
How do I stay consistent is by putting it as a habit, in a sense. Like it's something that I find it fun to do. So that's why, I keep doing it over and over again, so that, I can be more sane, because I work in the mental asylum. So I have to be more sane by, coming out and talk to all these people, rather than talking to the patients in there and get myself cranky, in a sense. But of course, I set up a schedule for myself, and of course I have my Calendly to actually let me know who's coming on board, because usually there will be a lot of people that want to be on a podcast, so they will book through my Calendly link, and they will just let me know when we want to talk and all this other stuff, to do a recording as well. And for me, I would say that, when I want to be doing something, I want to give it my all. So I have to be consistent in this, so that I can be more visible, in a sense. And I just want to let the audience know that when you are going towards consistency and visibility, don't focus on chasing fame, because when you chase fame, it can bring you to a certain level, right? But it will not bring you to the ultimate level that you always wanted to be in terms of your purpose, in terms of, letting people able to know that, hey, this is the real you, the real deal. You're not building a persona online, which, like Ginny actually mentioned, like, when you're building something, you have to be consistently showing up and showing to the world who you exactly are, and not just the persona that you are actually embodying online on social media, and not someone that you're doing offline, showing off offline, in a sense. If you are someone who's very arrogant offline, but online you're so humble, that's fake. and no one will
Mismatch.
actually, yeah, there's a mismatch, and people will not like you 100%, right? There
Yeah.
are some actors, actresses who are doing this, and it makes people kind of irk, even though you are with the lineup of rock stars in the industry and all. People will still find that, hey, might even tell the people that you're with to stay away from you, or they might even tell
So the
your friends.
reputation will be ruined.
Yes, that's why I truly believe that when you're authentic and you're consistently building yourself online and also offline, you also have to consistently build that as well. In my opinion, for doing a podcast or anything, content creation or anything like that.
Yeah, I agree. And I'd love to hear from Cheryl too. What are your thoughts on it?
On authenticity, I think
Yeah.
that's the one I would love to speak on. So I think a lot of us creators, like we start off our creator journey with wanting to share about a message or cause that we really believe in, or like a perspective we really want to bring into the world, right? But over time, it's like this noise starts to creep in. It's like the algorithm wants this, or this expert says, oh, you should do this, or you see your successful friends, creator friends, going viral because they were doing XYZ. And so it feels like you start to slowly, without even realizing it, you start to really optimize more than you're actually expressing, right? You start posturing, diluting yourself, polishing yourself. So I think when it comes to authenticity, it doesn't really happen like all at once, but it's like a slow erosion. So I think when it comes to authenticity, protecting the essence of your voice is so important, right? And it's not just like a one-time like decision, like, oh, I'm going to protect my voice, but it's really an ongoing discipline. So I think some questions that might be helpful for the listeners might look like asking yourself, is this still the work that I'm meant to create? Am I proud of what I'm saying and how I'm saying it? And is this message rooted in conviction and my lived experience, and it's not just a performance? And I think that's really how you measure your quote unquote authenticity.
Wow. So it's really to always come back to recalibrate, like not just chasing for the numbers, it's always coming back to your authenticity. And I think I really want to hear what Alicia's thought is about, because especially you're a star, you're a performer, a singer. I think this pressure is also going to be really something real for you. So how do you then stay in your authenticity?
It's like such a deep question, authenticity, because I think it's such a catchphrase. Everyone's like, be authentic, and then in your head it's just like, what is authentic? Because you have so many different sides of yourself, and how you present yourself in different situations is also different. Similarly, when you're in real life, like kind of what Junie and Rayson mentioned, in real life, when you're at events, when you hang out with your friends, it's going to be a very different side of yourself that you're showing as compared to when you're on social media. And when you're speaking, you've got to be really precise. You've got to be on point, right? When you're talking to your friends, you have 5 hours to get a point across. Like, it's not really an issue. Time is not really, a hindrance. I think the thing about authenticity that I've realized over time is you really have to do the deep inner work to realize the essence of who you are, because that's going to inform the way that you come across in terms of how you speak, how you present yourself, your visual aesthetic, how you show up, what you wear. I think a lot of people really struggle with that, because there's this idea that, to be real, I have to show every side of myself. And if I'm only choosing or being selective with, okay, I'm just going to share these 3 things about me, then I'm not being authentic, right? Because people are not seeing the full picture. They're not really knowing me for me. But then you have to go back and ask yourself, what do you actually want to be known for? You can be everything outside, that's okay, right? But if you want to be known as a thought leader, for example, or you want to be known as a singer, shouldn't most of your content be around music and around singing? And you have to be okay with that fact and be okay with thinking, this is the side of myself that I want to present on social media. And because my end goal is that I want to be a musician in the long run, or I want to be a podcaster, and that's why I'm really just putting out podcasts. I'm not putting out comedy content. I'm not talking about my family and my dogs all the time. And I think that's just something that over time you have to be comfortable with internally before you can be comfortable with that externally. And then you can show up authentically in the long term, rather than like, you show up and then you're like, oh no, that's not really me. Or like you show up and then you're like, oh no, I haven't shown up enough. What else can I do? What more can I do? Yeah, I think a huge part of that comes with your internal compass.
Yeah, I agree. And I really believe in that too. And also, one thing is that because you have also been visible for a long time, what helps you to sustain this without burning out? Because I think it's very
Very good
common, right?
question. I have burnt out before. We're not talking about burnout. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
and I
so
think
common. Burning out is so common.
How do
I
you
think
cope with
the
it?
biggest thing for me, I make sure that I have enough breaks. And whether that means traveling or just spending time with my dogs or spending time with my friends, it's always good to get out of the virtual world sometimes and just live in the real world, because already so much of our life is online, right? And now with AI and everything, we're like, it becomes our second, like our best friend in a way. Sometimes it's even our therapist. And I think it's so important that we still have other areas of our life that keep us grounded and centered, so that we're not just caught up in, the likes, the shares, the comments, how much am I growing my following? You can have a life outside of that as well. The other thing that I've done was I hired an assistant manager. So she does help me with certain like client liaisons. If I need to create a pitch deck, maybe I'll do the first draft and then I'll get her to help refine it. So I think at some point you also have to realize that you are just one person and you can't do everything on your own. And when you work in your zone of genius, you're less likely to burn out. So if I'm a singer and I'm a performer and I'm doing anything creative, I never run out of ideas, right? I never run out of energy. But if you ask me to sit at my laptop and do admin, like, the whole day, I think that's going to be really draining for me. But somebody else might actually enjoy that because they're more systemized and they're more organized. So I think it's knowing where you work best and then finding the right people to help you. And then also, like I mentioned before, like finding a life outside of just the virtual world.
So that's like really a balance and honing it into your zone of genius, and double down on that.
Yes,
Amazing.
100%. Yeah.
Amazing. I'd love to also hear what Cheryl like to say about this, like about because you have been doing it podcasting for a long time. Were there periods that you had burnout, and how did you deal with it?
I think when it comes to being, I guess you can say, sustainable in your workflow or your journey as a content creator, I think there's a few things I would say. I think number one is being committed, I think, first of all, and showing up because your ideas are worth showing up for. So I think commitment is something I do think is super important. And I think that kind of commitment is built through repetition, right? You have to continue practicing and putting in the reps to build that commitment and build up your skills and also build up the efficiency in your workflows, right? And I think a lot of the most sustainable, long-lasting creators and leaders, they're able to sustain this because they're able to not just rely on motivations, but they have a workflow, a cadence that they can rely on even on their worst weeks, right? And I think visibility shouldn't come at the expense of your energy or even your integrity or things that matter to you. So I think that's why it's so important to think about, like, are you someone who likes to bash things, like go back to back to back to back? Or are you someone who maybe you prefer like working in moderation, so like a few hours every single day, right? I think it's really important to understand what works best with your energy levels.
And then have a system that works around it to support. Amazing. Yes. And I would love to hear from Rayson. How have you, in your journey, do you have periods of burnout?
I had periods of burnout, especially when I first started off the podcast with a huge swing where I got Gary Vee, I got so many people coming on board, and then they all want to be on the podcast. And there's a point where I was juggling between my work, podcast, and speaking as well. And I kind of burn out in a sense where I was always hustling, and I listened to Gary, mad respect to him, even though hustle culture, you cannot always be believing 100% what people say about it, but somehow or other I literally focus on hustle and I forgot about rest. I literally hustle after work, before work, off days and whatnot. I'll just do podcasts, meet people, even like do presentations, speaking and whatnot. And my working hours from usually can be 7, 8, 9, 10 hours become more. It's stretched even more. And I always thought to myself, hey, what you do after 5 to 5 p.m. or 7 p.m. onwards is going to be something that will help you with your dream, with your hobby that turns into a passion business and all. And it kind of like gave me a lot of perspective after I burn out a couple of times. And then I realized that, actually I need to do things by myself for certain things that I really can do, as compared to things that I find that I need to outsource. So like, for example, right now for video editing, I outsource to people. For certain things I still do it myself, but for a bunch of things that I'm not good at, I will outsource it, and I will let people actually, use their
use their genius to support you.
genius to support me rather than
That's
everything I
Alicia
do it myself. Yeah, correct.
Amazing, beautifully shared. Yeah, so it's really so important to get support so that you can do what you really love, and then what you don't really love, get somebody who does it best to do it for you. And I love to hear from Jin Yi also, like in your work, because you're also wearing like multiple hats. The burnout, like, do you ever face burnout, and how do you still sustain that visibility and that reach?
No, I'd like to say, if you haven't burned out, you're not really a creative, because I think a lot of what you put into your work is your emotions as well, your personal identity. And once you hustle so much and so hard, it's inevitable that you're burnt out at some point. So I think the question, or rather the starting point, is how do you deal with it, and how do you mitigate it in a way that you can manage it better. So I really like Rayson's quote of Gary Vee, because he's also one of the people I look up to, right? The whole hustle culture, day trading attention. So I actually do, as much as I respect him, I also have another mentor, Simon Sinek, that I really respect. And I think when I look at Simon Sinek and Gary Vee, right, one thing stands out between the two of them. So Gary Vee is day trading. It's like, I know in this particular segment, we are not supposed to talk about money, right? But the other one, they're talking about money. So I want to use this metaphor here. So I think many of you here probably do some form of investments, and some even may do trading, right? So I think building your brand, building your business is pretty much the same as well. Are you day trading attention? Are you, building just for the sake of catching eyeballs, grabbing whatever you can get, or versus, are you doing dollar cost averaging? Are you investing your time to build a long-term brand that aligns with your vision, like what Alyssa is saying as well? So I think I over time, I actually normalized towards the Simon Sinek style. Simon Sinek is not like trying to grab attention, and he's just doing his own thing. It seems like he's very intentional but organic at the same time. And I think that is one way to moderate your energy. And of course, one other advice I can give is really rely and build a good team that you can rely on. Because when I burned out, in my previous job as a project manager, I think what was really important for me was knowing that I had mentors, I had like supervisors in the team, as well as teammates that could got your back and be able to do what you can't. I think knowing how fallible we all are, knowing our limitations, is really the important point of getting out of burnout. Because one of the main causes of burnout I've come to notice is when we think we are invincible and we realize we are not. I think that is the point when you reach the maximum amount of confidence.
Wow.
It's like in a stock market, right? You reach the maximum amount of optimism. Everybody thinks they're going to 10x even further, but they don't. That's when it comes to crash. And that is also known as burnout. I mean, from the emotional journey, it is essentially what we need to know about ourselves. To come to terms with who we are, what we can do and can't do. That is the starting point of moderating burnout.
Wow, beautifully said. I love it. And if there's one last word that you would like to share to the audiences, so what's one thing that you can leave them with for showing up, being seen, and really playing the long game, like you say, like investing, like 3-5 years and beyond?
I think one really important exercise is really to look into your own past, your own personal identity, like what Alyssa was saying, right? Look into what gives you joy. I mean, to codify it, a lot of people say is the ikigai, is the strengths finder, right? It's really identifying what really brings you energy, gives you joy, and people are willing to pay you for. I think spending some time to be intentional about your own genetic construct. You know, you are not like me. I'm not like Alyssa. I'm not like Cheryl or Raisin, right? We are all good at different things, and I'm sure if we all tried the exact same things, some of us will be good at it, some of us will be terrible. But the point is, we should not be doing exactly the same thing. I mean, that's the amazing part about being human. And everyone here in the audience, you know, all of you have a superpower. You may not have noticed it, but at the same time, hopefully through some thinking, through some intentionality, and maybe talking to people who have worked with you before, what is one thing that came so naturally to you that you're so good at that, you know, people struggle at? Like my good friend Alan, I just saw his comment in the link, right? So just a little bit of interactivity. Yeah, Alan is really, really good at going into the back end, you know, looking into data and things like that. I'm really poor and terrible at that. But why force myself to be like 10% as good as Alan when I can be 100% as good as what I am? Then just work with Alan to do the things that I'm bad at. Yeah, that is what I want everybody to learn from. Yeah, hopefully.
Amazing. All right, and I'd love to also hear from Alyssa. What do you think? Like, what's one advice that you would give to the audiences?
I will say this is the advice that I take as well: exposure therapy. It's the best way to learn. The faster you fail, the faster you succeed, and the faster you get over your fear of being seen. Because I think that's something that a lot of people struggle with that they don't even know that they're struggling with, and that's what's also holding them back. So just expose yourself to it, try it out. You'll realize that fear is just a paper tiger. It's really not as scary as you think, and then it gets easier along the way. So just start.
Amazing. I love it. How about Raisin?
For me, I would say that you can just start sharing your story, okay, your scars, your lessons, your why, and that's how the legacy show actually began. And that is by turning my mess and other people's messes into a message. And one thing is, you don't need a studio, you don't need a huge recording studio, you don't need a perfect mic, you don't need Rode mic or whatever, okay? But if you have the money, sure, by all means, go ahead and buy it. But you need this thing, and that is your voice and the courage to actually speak, and not just comments about trends, about things, but about something that you are really passionate for and you want to impact people's lives with. And also at the same time, I want you to realize that people actually follow realness and not just polished stuff that's seen on social media. Yeah,
I love that. If you resonate with what Raisin mentioned, also put in a comment just to appreciate what he has shared. And also, Cheryl, what's one advice that you give to our audiences?
I think the last thing I will say is, are you being honest about what is yours to say, right? Like, are you actually sharing content or ideas that are from your lived experience and not just like borrowed beliefs, right? Like, are you actually uniquely positioned to talk about what you're talking about because you've lived it? Are these the conversations you're proud to have? And also, one more thing is, if you took away all the best practices, like, would this feel true to you? Because I think what happens a lot of times is people start to flatten their voices and they try to be strategic and follow like the trends or say it in a way that others are saying a certain thing, but it starts to become so stifling, right? So I think that the most resonant leaders are really the ones who are showing their depth of thinking, emotional intelligence, and also originality. And I think in such a crowded like online space or even offline, right, that level of care to the words and ideas that you're sharing is what makes you relevant as a leader.
Wow, this is with so much depth, and I totally feel it. Wow, this session has been so impactful. Thank you all for sharing this thought leadership, and I hope you guys have taken away a lot of notes that you can really take action, step but beyond your fear. Like what Alicia said, right? Fear is just a paper tiger. I love that so much. Okay, and that's how we do the commercial break. Thank you all of you for being here. See you all again.
Bye.
Thank you all.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
What an amazing show today. Hold on, we'll get to you a little bit. So, what an amazing show today. It's, and we have more to come, and there's more panels. But what I wanted you to be able to do is learn a little bit about who the Tribune is. And the best person to do that is our CEO, Mr. Mo Rock. And he did a TEDx talk that is it's going to be 5 minutes or less. But to me, it's one of the most impactful talks, and you get to see really who we are. So I want everybody to listen to this, and then I'll be back after.
Imagine waking up in the morning, grabbing your morning coffee, and opening up your daily newspaper to nothing but headlines that inspire and uplift you. Headlines like the Apollo 11 moon landing and how it inspired people in the 60s, or headlines like the Berlin Wall has collapsed, or even more recently, headlines like the miracle on the Hudson. What would that do to your day when you started off with just positive news? My name is Mo Rock. I'm the CEO of a national newspaper brand, and today, together, we are reimagining journalism. You see, studies reveal that there is a stark contrast between positive news and negative news. In fact, for every piece of news that is solutions-based, that can uplift and inspire you, there are at least 17 that don't. That's 17 to 1. So today, we are actually faced with an epidemic of negative news. We've all heard the phrase, if it bleeds, it leads. But why does this have to be the centerpiece of a lot of news production, journalism, and content creation of the world today? There are a lot of incredible journalists that are solutions orientated, and I give a lot of credit to them for doing a great job. And here's the truth that you may not realize, is that everyone in this room is impacting our news. You see, every single time you like a post, every single time you leave a comment on a news article, and every single time you share something, you're not just liking, commenting, and resharing. You're actually casting a vote. You're not only casting a vote for the kind of news you want to consume, but believe it or not, you're casting a vote for the kind of world you want to live in. You see, I believe that news has the power to not just inform you, but it has the power to mold you. Our world views are largely shaped based on the news and content that we consume. And so I want to encourage folks to remember that the next time that they like, comment, and share. Our organization has one question that it always has to ask before we share anything, print anything, or publish anything. Our editorial team asks this one very simple question. Does the following piece of news empower our audience, or does it disempower our audience? What would the world look like if every content creator, every journalist, every time someone posted a news article, they asked that question? Does the following piece of content empower our audience or disempower our audience? And I want to encourage everyone to participate in this process and help us bridge that gap between 17 negative news articles for every one positive. And let's come together and ultimately make this world a better place. Thank you.
You know, what that does is it gives you just a small piece of the vision of who we are, what we're doing, our worldwide presence, our brands around the world. But it's not about brands, it's one family, it's one team, and you're seeing part of this right now. And it's been a great show so far. We've got more live panels coming up in just a couple minutes, and then really somebody you want to hear towards the end of the show. You know, sometimes people always want to know who's next. Who's next is exactly needed to be who shows up for you. And knowing that we have about an hour and 40 minutes left, if you need to grab a drink, grab a drink. We're going to start again the panels in about 2.5 minutes, and I'll bring Crystal back up. If you need to, whatever you need to do it now. Because this is the time for you to really get those learnings and to take this to the next step. Because I think that's the important part, that we don't just listen, but that we take action. Think of it this way. For those of you in Singapore and all around the world who are listening to this show, what is one thing you could do for somebody else in the next 24 hours? What is one thing you could do for somebody else in the next 24 hours? Take it outside of yourself. Make a difference in the world, because that's why we're here. We don't know how long. None of us do. And just keep walking that step every day. Make a difference. Positive media is what we're here for. Really helping the planet do what it needs to do. And we're so excited by everything going on. All the people we have that are really joining on this journey. And there's so much more to come. You know, it's great because not only should you register at latsingaporeshow.com, but we'll also notify you of upcoming shows. We're doing a big AI show. We're doing a storytelling show out of Australia. We're doing a show that will be fully in Mandarin. We're doing a show fully in Japanese, and on and on. Oh, and we have, of course, our podcasting show and podcast awards and our live events that we have. So please be part of us. Find out more. Connect with us. And I'm going to bring back to the stage our host, who's done an amazing job tonight, Crystal Chow. You're on mute, so you did just what I do. Yeah, that's that mute button. It sits right in front. There we go. How are you?
I did just what you did. Amazing. Thank you, Michael. And wow, I'm blown away by the panelists that we had earlier, and also our key speaker, which is Jim Kwik and Joseph this morning. And I want to echo what Michael just shared. It's really about taking action. And just earlier today, what Jim mentioned is the curve of forgetting. If you don't take action by 48 hours, the information will be gone. So what you've written down, try to find ways to implement it. And in this next panel, we have a really interesting panel because, as you know, we are in this world where information is everywhere. And this panel, these 3 community builders, they are amazing because they're leading in a way where, they leave people so that they can grow together. And let me just bring them on the stage and introduce them to you. Okay, so we have Jeremiah Su, which is a community builder, helping brands turn network into real net worth. And we have Uma Tana, which is the founder and CEO of Lean In Network in Singapore, with over 7,000 women, 9 years of workplace transformation, which is amazing. And we have Zen Chin, which is the CEO and partner of Happy Money with Ken Honda, growing happy money and lasting wealth through community. So welcome all of you on this panel. And one thing that I'm really curious to know, because community has really become like the new currency. So I want to actually know what inspired you to build your community? So maybe I let the woman, our only woman, Uma here, to share with us your inspiration behind this community that you have built.
Yeah, for me, it actually started in 2005. So long before I had a community or a title, I was 25 in my first sales job in Malaysia. And for fun, my best friend and I entered a beauty pageant. We didn't expect to get very far, but we landed in the finals and ended up in a series of workshops that taught us things like how to write a CV, how to dress for work, how to show up with confidence. And I remember sitting in those rooms thinking, why did I have to enter a beauty pageant to learn this? And how many other women like me, brown from a small town, first generational professionals, would never get access to this kind of knowledge? So that kind of planted the seed for me. And I always believed that knowledge is power, and I wanted to make it accessible. So fast forward 2016, I was in a session with my mentor, who's a multiple-time CEO, and he asked me this question: what would you do if you had all the time and money in the world? And I didn't even need a second to answer. I wanted to help women rise, going back to that story when I was 25. And he said most people would struggle to answer that question, but I knew that in some shape or form, I've been preparing for it. And so by then I had read the book Lean In by Sheryl Sandberg, and finally had language for what so many experiences that I had being interrupted, called aggressive or too ambitious. So I co-founded Lean In Singapore with Helen Dews, and today, as you said before, it's grown to a community of 7,000 plus strong, and we focus on helping women progress in the workplace. So it started with a beauty pageant, became a movement.
Wow, beautifully shared. Thank you. This is such an inspiration. And I love to hear from Zen. Tell me about the inspiration behind this community that you're building with Ken.
I mean, it really started when I was a kid, you know. So there are two kinds of communities that I built today. One obviously is for business, right, and for serving people. And I'll be very honest with you too. Another one is actually for myself. You know, I grew up very shy, very conservative. I wasn't really good at speaking or expressing myself. So I was actually bullied a lot in school. And the reason why I even resonated with building a happy money movement was because when I was young, I saw one of my heroes in life, my sole hero in the world I felt could do anything, on the ground, crying, bawling his eyes out, and really just being in so much pain because the business was failing and our family had to be apart. And from that day, I realized that, you know, not only was I going through something like that, but there are many people around the world going through that as well. And so I find 2025 to be a very interesting age, eh? Like AI is coming up. People, ironically, with social media are more disconnected than ever. And we're at a time where beyond just information, we're really seeking connection. We're really seeking that belonging. I mean, I usually ask myself, like, how many people can we actually send a message to that says, hey, something amazing happened in my life? Like, truly, how many people can you really truly say, I can celebrate with them without any reserve and know that they're going to be happy for me?
Yeah.
And that became a seed for me to say, why don't we build movements and communities where everyone in there genuinely can be happy for each other, can be there for them, can celebrate together through the journey of building true wealth. And so that became this unity, that became this sort of like sandbox that we have, right? Which, by the way, I have like a few rules and principles around building communities, and one of them is to create a sandbox. Is to create a sandbox where who belongs here and who doesn't belong here, and that's okay. They'll find their own communities. So that became sort of like a fire for me to build something like this, and we're very grateful that today we have so many people from so many countries, right, coming together to build happy money, to build true wealth. To our WhatsApp chats just like non-stop all day, just keeps going, and it's beautiful.
Amazing. And these stories touch my heart, and that also made me reflect. I mean, for you in the audience, I also want to know, like, how many people can you think of to really drop a message to celebrate your wins with you, that you want to that you can feel truly, you know, comfortable to share with? Drop the numbers in the chat box, because I'm really curious to know. Because to me, not many, just a handful. Yeah, and with community support, I think that's really a different story. I love that. And right now, I love to also hear from Jeremiah about his inspiration about building his community.
Thank you so much, Crystal. First off, I really appreciate the time and the opportunity to share. Second thing, I realized all Uma, Zen, and I, we're all in green. Hey! Great color. Actually, we kind of discussed internally, right, behind the scenes, to all wear green. I guess for myself, right, Crystal, what actually inspired me was loneliness, right? I was building my agency the last 10 years, and then I realized that yes, I have gotten my profit, I have gotten my proficiency in servicing big name clients that I wanted to work with. But then after a while, it became very soulless. I was asking myself, like, okay, getting the next campaign or working on the next marketing campaign, it didn't really fulfill me after a while. And then I started to feel very, very disconnected with the work that I did. I no longer felt joy in what I was doing. So you know what? I actually started a community because of selfish reasons. I'm not going to be shy to admit. In 2022, I was like, oh man, my life is so messed up. I want to start a therapy group for business owners, just for myself, so that it's not a lonely journey for myself, right? So I started the Beyond with just like a handful of us coming together every week just to discuss, like, oh, which client is the worst to work with, or which campaign was the hardest to fulfill. It was a therapy group that was quite, I would say, not as empowering as what Uma and Zen has gone through. Okay, my experience is very different. But then as more entrepreneurs started to join, that's when the entire community started to change, right? Because one of the reasons why I called it the Beyond is because I wanted to go beyond our problems, beyond the next campaign, beyond earning that multi-millions, to go beyond ourselves as business and brand builders. So fast forward 3 years, we now have like 40 members in 38 countries, which is mind-blasting to me, because I never imagined that I would be traveling to different countries to actually hold community events. Right? I just came back from Turkey. I'm now in Penang, Malaysia. Just held my event on Friday. Now flying to Bulgaria and then eventually to India to hold beyond events. Right? So starting from a place of loneliness, we have now evolved to a place of relationship, which is a beautiful thing,
Wow.
Yeah. That's my
And
story.
I'm so curious to know, like, what are the key elements that you bring in to create your thriving community?
Okay, I like to say, right, that
other than your laughter.
Okay, laughter is one of them. It's definitely the attitude, okay? Because I bring a certain rebellion to my rebelpreneurship. And that's a term that I call my community members, right? We are called Beyonders and we're all rebelpreneurs because we take the path less traveled to do the things nobody wants to do so that we can do the things we want to do, right? So it is really that attitude of connection, but then really doing what it takes to get to where we want to go to. And everybody in my community resonates with this, like, oh, you know what? We are the Harley Davidson of brand building.
I love that. Amazing. So it's really a resonance in terms of your identity. It sounds like amazing. And I love to hear from Zen. Like, so for you, what are the elements that helps you to create your thriving community?
Yeah, I love the synergy here because what Jeremiah said is actually also one of the things we do, right? Like I said earlier, having that constraint because we really want the people to feel like they belong. So one thing we really always ask ourselves is how do we truly create a community where it really starts from us and we have to feel a sense of belonging first and then start welcoming people from around the world to come and join us, right? And so one of the things we do also is rituals, right? Rituals are really fun. So whenever someone comes to our events, we have this way of hugging them in a way where it's almost like a heart-to-heart thing, assuming the heart is on the left. And so we do a little hug. We really allow ourselves to breathe and welcome someone in energetically as well, right? So that's a ritual that we do. So everyone who's listening, I would highly recommend you guys to come up with a ritual that means something for you and everyone in the community. And another thing is about the energy as well, right? The energy of welcoming and what do you guys all want to create? So we often ask ourselves, I want to create a safe container because we all are bringing, different money energies into our space, right? We have different stories and traumas. Like I had a lot of associating with money and pain. So even though the lack of money caused pain, my subconscious mind was like, no, money is pain, just period. So I started behaving in a way where that's like that. So by showing up and sharing that, I try to give others permission to start sharing that. And we just had like one after another sharing that. We cried happy tears, we hugged, we laughed, we celebrate. And at the end of the day, we just like people are coming to us asking, when's the next event happening? We'll fly to Japan for this. So I think that's just like something very organic. One thing I also want to address though is that entrepreneurship is indeed incredibly lonely sometimes. And so earlier I said about building a community for myself. And that's because we also need to be supported. We need to feel supported as well. So as you build a community for the people you serve, make sure you serve yourself too. Yeah. Make sure you self-care. Because you can only give from a cup that's overflowing with water. You can't give from an empty cup. So find your community, build your community. It could be the same thing, by the way. Like when I was back in the days working at a company called Mind Valley, the CEO was telling me, yeah, I created A-Fest because I wanted to hang out around cool people. So I created A-Fest, right? And so when we built A-Fest, we're limited at 300 people at the time because we want to make sure that, okay, it's a really beautiful container. And we're doing that for us as well. So make sure that you get yourself served. For me, it's about building a community where I get to be the friend I want to have, for the people.
Wow.
I care about. And then I try to put that into our own community as well.
Yeah, I love it. It's really building for yourself so that you can take care of yourself, so that you can take care of others by pouring out from a full cup, and also the rituals and also the sharing of the vulnerability. I think that's so powerful.
Right.
Yeah. I love to hear from Uma. Like, share with me your thoughts on your element in keeping your community thriving.
Yeah, I'm just going to write off what Jeremiah and Zen kind of already talked about. I think it's the 3 C's for me: clarity, curation, and consistency. I think like having clarity of purpose, why we exist, who we serve, and what we don't do is important. So from day one, Lean in Singapore was never about casual networking. It was all about career progression, making the unspoken rules visible, making real power more accessible to women. And then curation, because I think the wrong energy can kill momentum. We spent the first year making lots of mistakes on what didn't work. And we didn't try to please everybody. So we built rooms that are filled with women and men that are hungry to grow and generous enough to lift others. So in that, the lesson is that you don't need thousands of people. You just need the right people to make each other better. And I think that's what Zen was talking about in terms of energy. And then finally, consistency. I think too many communities fizzle because they rely on hype. And hype builds audience, but I think structure builds communities. So I love the ritual piece. I call it rhythms as well. So give people a reason to show up and stay. Because I think at the end of the day, if you want a thriving community, it's not about numbers. It's about trust. It's about relevance. And it's about a shared movement.
Wow, that's so beautifully shared. And also, like, I really love that piece about talking about curating your community. So how do you manage this part of curation? Because just now Zen also shared a little bit, so I'm really curious to understand that.
Yeah, look, I think it all starts with the customer. So who are you serving? And so we ran surveys. So we spent the first year making lots of mistakes on doing what other people told us to do instead of going with what we thought was the right thing. And then we did surveys to figure out what audiences wanted. For example, the community said, we show up because we love the networking. And so we build that in at the start and at the end of every event. The other thing that we do is that is action oriented. So everybody has to walk out of our event with one action, something they're going to do differently. And then in all our events, we have women sit in circles so that they have a shared experience. It's wonderful to see the energy in the room blow up, because you just watch like women go like, oh my God, like you're interrupted in a meeting too. So this shared moment is like, it's not just me. And I think that's powerful. And the one action is like, yeah, we can all do something about it.
Wow, that's so true. Amazing, beautiful. And how about Zen? How do you curate your community?
Yeah, by the way, Uma, great points. I love every one of them. So one thing that we do, we all, first of all, this kind of dives into the marketing side of things, right? The business side of things. So I'll just put on that hat for a bit. I think one key thing really is to start from what's important for you. Okay, so like really understand what is transformation that's important for you, and maybe even what you went through. Right, one of the easiest ways to build a community is sort of like building one that's for like yourself 10 years ago, what you've gone through together, and you want to bring people through that journey. Another way is just to grow together through to an aspirational goal. Yeah, by the way, for everyone who's curious, English is my second language, so maybe I'll fumble up here and there. So it's really important to know that. And one thing that's important when you're asking your audience and building that offer to attract people in is try not to lock yourself in. I've seen a mistake where some community builders, they lock into features, right? That you don't even know if people want that. So in their copy, in their marketing, they lock in and say, okay, would you like one call a week? And suddenly that's not what your people want, and you're in trouble because you got to deliver your promises, right? So I think the key thing starting off is making sure that you have an overall theme, you have a journey of where you want to go to. You focus on the emotions and the transformation, not the features and mechanisms. And then as you're doing that, you start getting feedback, like Uma said, you start getting feedback from them. You got to show up for your people, so especially initially, you got to do the quote unquote unscalable, which by the way, now in AI age is actually the cooler thing, right? Do the unscalable, show up for your people. Ask them, talk to them, speak with them, see what they like, what they don't like. And so I usually love to launch what I call like, some people call it beta group, alpha group. The point is just like early bird, like founders, members group. Let them be co-creating with you, let them do it together with you. And they're going to feel special, by the way, right? So you're going to create something, you're going to do it together, get feedback. And before you launch publicly, you have something that's very, very refined. And another thing I often ask ourselves is like, how do you give them a dose? I don't mean drugs, by the way. I mean, give them a dose in terms of chemicals, right? So how do you give them dopamine? How do you give them oxytocin? How do you give them, serotonin and endorphins? Because these are really beautiful chemicals in the brain, right? And, create these experiences so that they can feel that all the time and feel connected and being there. One thing we do, like, for example, with like oxytocin and dopamine, we do it by creating a lot of breakout groups, right? A lot of containers within our container where people start to have like friends. And I was inspired by this by the CEO of Mind Valley Vision. I once asked him, what is one of the secrets for AFES being so successful? And he said, I make people fall in love with each other in our community, not just romantically, and I'm the person that brought them all together. And this container is where they can get that. And so I think there's some wisdom in that, right? Like, let them create beautiful friendships or even romantic relationships and celebrate that. And then they will find that there's just a family that they've been looking for in a global world. I know I did that. Like, I literally flew from Canada all the way to a one-way ticket, had not been to Southeast Asia before at the time. One-way ticket came here because I was lonely like Jeremiah, and I see the community. And the community sold successfully to me, and my life was completely changed after that.
Yeah, and fell in love too.
Yeah.
Beautifully shared. Thank you. Yeah, I do agree that this is really, creating the container. And I'd love to hear Jeremiah's thought about it, because this is really building like a global community. Like, I want to hear how do you do it? How do you curate?
Good question, Crystal. Funny story. I met Zen because of a community party that I organized, right? And that was 2 years ago. And then we got together, got connected again 1 year before, and another event that I organized. So the thing about curation, okay, specifically for my Beyond community and everything that I do is I follow the mantra that my vibe attracts my tribe, right? So when it comes to that vibe, initially, when I wanted to build my gang, I only wanted a certain kind of person, right? Or brand builder or business owner to join the Beyond. And then I realized that, like what Uma and Zen say, first year is meant for making mistakes, right? Fail fast, get up faster. So I curated my community too much to the point that it became something that was unlike me and my persona and my character and my behavior, right? It became almost like clinical, sterile, and very professional, which is something that's not me. And then internal members started to question, like, why am I even in the Beyond if it is a hospital? I mean, no offense to hospitals, right? But they said that it became very clinical. So that's when I actually took a step back, and then I started to reevaluate what I was doing. And like how Zen has rituals and Uma has rhythms, in the Beyond we have runways. Okay, we're all in sync, lah, guys. Okay, because my community is specifically meant for brand builders, business owners, and rebelpreneurs. So our runway is really to allow our Beyonders to have a certain sense of acceleration in whatever they're doing. Right? And the acceleration can be similar to what Zen has shared by getting your members involved in community events. Like in all the countries that I'm doing the events, I have Beyond members there, and I'm like, hey, Palek from India, hey, Fabian from Penang, I'm going to do this. Do you want to help me co-organize? And they're like, hell yes, Jeremiah, I've been waiting for this my whole life. You've always been doing things in Singapore. Thank you for coming to our country now, So getting them involved. But I think the main thing for my tribe when it comes to curation really is to give them a sense of impact, right? How are they going to have a relationship with themselves, love themselves, love their business, love their journey, so that they can love someone else? Because if they cannot align in their own journey, probably that's why they're in a community, right? And they need guidance, they need direction, they need a runway. If not, they're just going to pilot their rocket ship into some random part of space, get sucked into a black hole, and then no one will ever hear of them ever again.
Wow.
So whenever we do events, just like Uma said, right, there needs to be an actionable item. For me, it is really meeting people like Zen, because I never know, 2 years down the road, we'll be doing this panel together again. Like, oh my God, the universe just loves us so much, the three of us, right? So every single individual that I impact, it compounds, because one person impacts 10 impacts 100, 100, 10,000.
Yeah, you never know the ripple effect that you actually spread out, and it's so powerful.
That butterfly effect is like, woo, sexy.
Yeah, and it comes back in powerful ways, like unexpected ways.
100%.
Beautiful. And if there's one thing that you need to actually, like for example, for someone who is looking to start their own community, what's a good place to start? Where's a good place to start? Yeah.
Where's a good place to start? Well, wherever you are, communities can be done digitally. You don't have to be bound by time, space, geolocation, race, religion, and culture. But if I were to give a more, non-fluffy, buzzy answer, I would say it really needs to start with your why, right? Ask yourself why you want to start a community. Figure out your brand, your brand strategy, your runway, like I said, and see if there is a purpose of intent. Because a lot of people now, and this is just an observation, okay, Uma and Zen, please feel free to disagree with me. But the thing about AI is that it is forcing people to appreciate relationships, connections, and human interaction even more. So much so that people are actually taking advantage of it by starting communities and monetizing, right? Because people want to get connected. Let's charge them like $50 a month to get connected. I mean, it's nothing wrong with that, right? Because Uma, Zen, and I, we have subscription-based communities. But the thing is, if your why is monetization, then brother, sister, you're in the wrong place, it's going to fizzle out, like what Crystal said. So ask yourself your purpose of intent. Start there.
Yeah, knowing the why. Yeah, this is so important. And for the audiences out there, type in why and you think about your why before starting your community. And I love to hear from Zen. Like, what's a one tip that you would give for somebody who is planning to start their own community?
There are a few ways we can spin this question. So I'll make the assumption that it's for people who want to build a community for, let's say, their business, right? Because if you want to build a community just for yourself, there's really no barrier of entry. You can really start today, like really start reaching out to 5 people you care about and say, hey, I want to form, you mean a lot to me in my life. I care about our friendship. I care about what we have together. And, I want to start creating more time to spend together. Let's form a community. Let's keep each other accountable, have a unified goal, and, let's do life together. That's it. That's all you have to do, right? And stick to it. Right. If you want to create a community for a business, by the way, Jeremiah does have a lot of good parties. I will endorse that. But yeah, if you want to build a community for a business, then you really do have to understand, what are their aspirations? What pains are they going through right now, and where do they want to be? So in a way, I think regardless of whether you build a community for yourself or for a business, you do need a North Star. You do need to be very clear what that North Star is, because that's your unified goal together as you journey through this path, right? And then from there on out, really be an active listener, really listen to what they need and serve them, right? I think that we are at an age where too many people are thinking about transactional value, and we are missing the magic of service. When you truly come from a place of service and you try to serve the people, it comes back to you, right? So try not to think about the pros and cons all the time, right? Of course, as a business owner, I understand you have P&L, right? So you gotta create an offer that makes sense for you and your time, right? But really be clear about the North Star and build from there. I would say that. And last thing I would say is create more things that unify people together. Have the right language. Again, rituals are great, even like from an aesthetic standpoint, right? Like, is there a particular imagery or color that brings people together? Like, start thinking about those things. Always think, how can we bring people together on this journey? I think that's what I can share right now.
Amazing. Love it. And how about Uma? What's one tip that you would like to give our audiences?
Okay, so I would say is to learn, which I'm still learning this one, is learning to trade perfection for presence. Because, Lean is fully volunteer run, so people come and go, life happens, priorities shift. So you can have, at one point we had 200 volunteers. And then we had to rebuild that from scratch again after the pandemic because we couldn't do physical events and people were just tired of getting online. So I think like every event for me feels like a new startup. So you're constantly rebuilding, retraining, resetting. So I would say that in a volunteer run world, consistency is actually a luxury. So I've had to become okay with doing the best with the capacity I have. Lean is just one of 5 companies that I run. So even if things are scrappy, you always focus on, like Zen said, the North Stars. It's not about having nice banners or EDMs. It's the impact on a woman.
Yeah,
right?
the impact and the presence.
Out of a room and do something different, or a man, right?
Amazing,
so
beautifully
I
shared.
think that's my takeaway. Like trading in, perfectionism for presence.
Thank you. And I'm sure the audiences will have taken so many notes to build their own community. Okay, so thank you all of you for sharing such great insights. And we'll cut to a commercial break before we welcome the next panel. See you all. Oops.
It's okay, Crystal. No pressure.
Hang on a second.
Commercial break. Okay.
Yes, let me put.
Yeah, we are commercial break. Got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Before we go to the commercial break. Okay, one last tip. Then I'll let me get this going. Hang on a second.
This is where we start singing.
It happens. Life happens.
Find a community where you can laugh with in moments
Yeah,
like
that
these.
is so important.
Yes,
Let me
having
get
fun is so important. If you're not having fun, that energy has a ripple effect. Yeah.
I totally agree with you. It's
Okay,
tough already.
let's-
Why not have fun while doing it?
Okay, so I think let's not have any break and move straight to the next panel. So thank you guys. I'll drop you off. All right, bye-bye. And right now, the next panel, we have an amazing panel. So before I introduce them, I just let you know that these ladies are superstar. So just like every top athlete who needs a coach, every great leader also need one to support their growth, their breakthroughs. And these three of them are actually coaches that coach leaders. So let me first introduce Yasmin. So Yasmin is the founder of Smooth Sailing System. So helping overwhelmed leaders to stop being bottlenecks in their business and scale without burnout. And next we have Anna. So Anna is a storytelling coach and a founder of What's Your Story Slam, and guiding leaders to own their narrative and lead with confidence. And we have Ray, who is a professional host for more than 10 years and helping leaders to own their voice and speak with authentic impact. So welcome, ladies.
Hello.
Hi.
It's so exciting to be on the panel with all my friends.
I know. Yes, and all of you ladies have impacted me in beautiful ways too. And the one thing that I'm really curious, to know, I just want to actually find out, having coached so many leaders, what is one thing that stopped most people from fully stepping into their leadership? So maybe we'll start with Yasmin.
Yeah, I love that question because I think people think that something is wrong with them, but nothing actually is wrong with them. And a lot of it is actually in our nervous system and our unconscious. And the majority of how we operate, think, and react is a response to actually how we were raised and how we perceive the world and our trauma that we see it. So what do I mean by that? Is most people think that it's either you do or you don't do, but it's so much more loaded than that, because you have one component of it where you have people who are doing, but they're doing from people-pleasing response. That kind of holds them back. And then you have another way that holds people back, which is really in terms of constantly being in like overwhelm zone. And I love it when people tell me like, oh, I'm overwhelmed. I'm like, yes, it's another word of fear. But people have that sensation because they're going through that. And then the other ones are the ones that people all know about, like people who are fighting and then people who are running away. And the more that we understand that fear is a very common thing when it comes to change, and we change our relationship with it, and we make our body feel comfortable with it, that's what stops. That's a thing. Once you master that for yourself, you become really quite unstoppable.
Wow. So mastery over the fear that makes the nervous system feel safe. And I'm curious to know from Ray, what do you think about it? What stops most leaders from
Thanks so much
stepping
for
in?
that question. I mean, when Yasmin just first starts off saying, most people think that there's something wrong with you. I just felt it in my heart. So I've been feeling that for so many years in my life, and I find that with the people I coach, they feel that as well. And especially as you rise in leadership, when you're put in the spotlight, the pressure is on, right? Growing up, I've always had people that I look to who are role models, who are leaders, who seem so perfect. So I always thought there was something wrong with me and I needed to get better and be enough in order for me to be a leader. So to answer your question, right, Crystal, about what stops most leaders from fully stepping into leadership, I feel it's when their inner and their outer voice is not yet in alignment. So when your inner voice is how you speak to yourself, is how well you know yourself, is how you trust yourself. And your outer voice is how you present yourself, your presence, your perspective, and your personality. And many people are given leadership positions before they learned how to build that internal capacity to really hold the power of leadership, of having followers on Instagram, of having fame, of being in a company where you have to lead a team and present to people. But there are other people who maybe they're internally already ready, but their speaking competency is just not up to standard yet. So I feel like what stops people from really stepping into leadership is really aligning that inner and outer voice and making sure they're doing the inner work and the outer practice as well.
Wow, beautifully said. It's really about alignment and articulation. And I think Anna will have something interesting to contribute too.
I feel like I don't have anything else to say because Yasmin and Ray both gave very excellent points in terms of what's stopping the leaders. And from my own experience, similar to what they said, but also is I find what's stopping them from stepping to their own full potential is themselves. They're in their own way. And one of the reasons why is because they haven't quite embraced their story. Because when you embrace your story, understanding where you are, understanding where you're coming from, and I find some of the most high performing leaders are often a little bit embarrassed about their background and where they came from. They are afraid to share their struggles. And until they're able to embrace this and acknowledge it to themselves, that's the only way they can step into their power and feel comfortable when they're in the spotlight. Because when you're in the spotlight, they see all your flaws. It's only when you embrace all of it, go, yeah, that's part of me and that makes me unique. That's the only way they can really shine and step into their full power.
Wow.
So thanks for the great question.
Yeah. And how do you help? I mean, how do they then overcome this? Because owning their own
story.
past,
So,
yes, and story.
well, first, it's the story they have to tell themselves. So when I work with clients, I ask them to write their story and to tell me their story. But that's the first part, right? Just telling somebody and then realizing it. The second is I ask them, I want you to share it on social media or share it in public. Anyway, you can do it on stage, on social media, via LinkedIn, Facebook, whatever it is. Because the only way when they finally show what they want to share, that's when they really own it. And one of my clients says like, Anna, that imposter syndrome that I felt whenever before my meetings, it's a lot less now. I go like, yeah, because you finally owned your story. And so it's not because you told everybody else, it's you told yourself and you finally believed in yourself.
Wow, that's so powerful.
Yeah, it's similar to what Yasmin says, like owning your trauma. It's like similar to what Ray says, aligning your inner voice and your outer voice, because finally they're speaking the same language.
So the practice will be getting them to actually write them down and do that alignment. How about Ray? How do you support your people to actually own their voice?
Yeah. I feel like the first step is for them to know that they are enough as they are. And I find that being a leader when you're in the spotlight, you need to be your own best cheerleader because you are the one leading the way. I mean, what makes a leader the leader? They are the ones who are willing to go to places that people might not be aware of yet, or people might not be willing to do so yet. But that means that they need to go to those places themselves. And sometimes it can be scary. And I think that's why I believe so much in the power of coaching. I mean, we're literally in a panel of coaches. A coach is where someone sits with you and has the ability to hold space for you and help you reconnect with your inner wisdom and realize that you have the power to change your internal story so that you can present an outer story that you're proud of. So I think how I really choose to support leaders is by holding that safe space through coaching, helping them recognize that they have power inside. They have an inner voice that's worth listening to, that's worth spending time with, for them to actually spend time with their voice, be okay with who they are before they can learn the skill sets of speaking, presentation skills, being on stage, telling their story, and helping them see the power of their inner voice before they translate it to their outer voice is what I love to do. I think my favorite transformations are when the people that work with me tell me, Ray, I came in with the goal to get this amount of followers, to get this amount of clients. And yes, I got that, but I think the best thing that happened to me is I'm falling in love with my voice. Or the best thing that happened to me is I'm able to share on social media, not being worried about how people think of me, being actually able to say what I want to say, despite the fear, despite the scariness of things. I think that's my favorite transformation to help people achieve.
Wow, it's really like owning yourself.
Yeah, owning your voice, being okay with yourself.
That's right. And how about Yasmin? How about you mentioned about the fear, the nervous system? How do you then support to overcome this?
Yeah, so the thing is, what's beautiful already about this work is that Anna and Ray have already shared, right? A lot of it is internal. And if we just leave it just to that component, sometimes people have doubt because they're going between their current version and their future version. And when we have the current to the future, it's not like you cannot do it. It's just like your body gets confused, right?
Yeah.
So one of the things that, like, when I'm working with someone is all about how do we set up better systems? Because when we have a system, we have a roadmap. That's all that we're doing. We're just having like, oh, this is how it is. So like, for example, like one of my clients is Anna. Anna runs these incredible shows. And when she was running these shows, it was like, but then now, because of like having more clear documentation of how it's done, and then having also the right support by bringing in a certain kind of team members or volunteers, then you become much more regulated as a leader because you have those things. And the systems that are crucial to making that distinction is really in terms of how do you manage your emotions, because that's part of leadership, is just emotional awareness and regulation. Because if you're a leader, that means you have to step up, and not just one time, over and over again. You step up when you're scary. The last panel, there was all these beautiful people talking about community building. It's uncomfortable. It's really uncomfortable. You're showing up, you're like, I have this idea, and that requires a lot of courage. So unless we're managing our emotional system, we're going to have a hard time. And the second thing is that, like, the systems and the operations, in terms of realizing to be an entrepreneur, to be a leader, you need to learn so many things, from developing products to selling stuff to hiring to leading to managing P&L. Like, all those things can trigger the fear. But when we set up systems one system at a time, we start to create that safety net and make us feel regulated, make us feel safe, and step into really our power.
Wow. I love it. And also, I'm curious to know, is there any quality that you see in great leaders that allows them to rise above the rest?
So there's so many that when I see, there's so many patterns when it comes to like the qualities. But the one thing is really to be able to act with faith instead of fear. And it's because they are anchored so much in their vision. When a client comes to me, I'm just like, okay, cool. Like, like, the fear is great, but who is the next version of you? Like, who is the next version of who you want to become? And when we like are clear about that, and you're so anchored about the world that you want to create, the impact that you want to create, whether it's for you, Crystal, helping people like elevate how they look at money and investments, which is such a beautiful thing, or whether it's Ray and helping, people really step into like realizing, wow, like I am like this incredible, unique being that exists, or whether it's Anna in terms of aligning the messages together, aligning the stories together, and being the next version. That comes by getting clear where you're actually going. And then the second thing that comes into place is actually something that most people don't think about, is actually forgiveness. Because a lot of times we need to forgive the version of ourselves that we don't like. Because that, if not for that version, we wouldn't have this current version. So when my clients come to me, like, they're always like, oh, I'm like, great. But like, you had to have that to have what you have right now. And that's a big part of leadership that no one talks about, is really like forgiveness to you. It's like to soothe the child within you and be like, hey, baby girl, like, I got it. I get that we're afraid, but we got to really step into this, and we got to realize that it's okay. And if the more that we do that, the more people connect with us, the more people feel this softness, because they realize, wow, life isn't not that simple, but it's beautiful.
Amazing. Yeah. So it's really about having that vision so that the roadmap can happen, and then that forgiveness so that you can let go and move forward. It's so beautifully shared. How about Ray? What's your thought about like the
I
quality?
love what everyone has shared. I mean, so important to do the work to heal, right? Because when you're in leadership, it's so important to deepen the awareness that you have about the impact of your voice. Because when you're on that stage, when you're on social media, people take what you say with much more respect, with much more value. That's what leadership does for you. It amplifies your voice. But when you're on that stage, are you speaking from a place of need and fear, or are you speaking from a place of love? When you do that inner work, that healing, when you forgive the past versions of yourself, and when you're truly okay with yourself, then you'll be speaking from a place of love. And it shows. Sometimes it's so subtle, but it shows. Because influencing from a place of need is in your head thinking, okay, when I put this thing out there, I hope people would smile and clap. I hope people will like my post. I need to get at least, X number of clients this month, or else I'm not going to feel like a good entrepreneur. These are all the thoughts that we have in our head that if we don't take time to sit with, we would then be influencing from a place of need. And it's going to come across as, I guess, bragging or like over salesy. And at the end of the day, it won't feel good to you. And how can we heal that part of us? How can we converse with those thoughts and take time to lead ourselves, sit down with ourselves and listen to those thoughts like an actual relationship, sitting down and listening to those thoughts and speaking to that person within us so that we can ultimately lead and influence from a place of love, right? Knowing that you are putting yourself, your work and your art out there, and those that are meant to come will come. But it's also such a balance, which is why I love what both Yasmin and I've talked about is the inner voice and the outer voice. It's the inner story and the outer story. It is the inner work and also the systems. Because you want to work from a place of faith, but then also knowing that whatever you're doing will come back to you at the end of the day, because we need to run a business. We need to, have profit, and there is that practical side of things. So I feel like it's such a balance of having that faith and also being in flow so that you will be able to get the results that you want and move towards the next level self. So I think a great quality that leaders have to really rise and be in it for the long run is healing themselves so they're able to influence and lead from a place of love and abundance as opposed to need and fear.
I love that. Yeah. So when they pour their work, is the work of their soul and the hard work instead of the hard work.
The hard work. Yeah, pushing.
I love to hear Anna's thought on it. What is the quality that you
what's the quality I see in leaders, right?
Yes.
So I think similar to what Yasmin said, actually what Yasmin said reminded me of a quote. You don't rise to the level of your goals, you fall into the level of your systems. And from when I work with C-suiters, I noticed that they all have systems in place in terms of whether it's time management, on delegations, on how they run their team successfully. But similar to Ray's, they still have that voice in their head that says that it's not good enough. And so when I also work with them, systems, they got that one much better than I do. But about that inner story that they've been telling, I work with them in terms of letting it go. And one of the other stories I work with them is about, I'm getting them to sit down and write the cringiest success story. Like I want you to all out brag one of the something that you are so proud of. No, and it's not about to have them publish. I want just them to write it all down. And when I do a workshop, I go, you pick someone you don't know very well, and you get that person, you partner with that, and they go like, why? I go, because even if they judge you, you don't care. Because they're not someone you know very well.
Wow.
And the point is just to get you to tell that story, because it's not a story they need to hear, it's a story you need to hear, and you only hear it when you say it out loud. And if they don't, I tell them to record it and send me the recording, because I want them to articulate it, because writing it is powerful, but saying it out loud and reading it out loud is even more powerful, because you're using your three senses, right? You're using the physical, you're using the emotional, you're reading it, you're using your eyes, you're using your ears. And then I sometimes make them hear it. I go, you don't have to publish it. It's just that you need to hear it for yourself. And that helps in terms of like silencing the voice.
Wow. I'm going to do this exercise today. I mean, let me know in the comments if you're going to also write something to yourself, outbrag yourself, and say this to somebody that you don't know. I'm going to try that.
And and it's good when you exchange with her. Oh my God, you're amazing. Oh my God. And I'm amazing.
That is so true. I feel like, especially like for women leaders and in Asia, in this part of Asia, we don't really talk about our success. We actually downplay ourselves So out-bragging is like so far off.
But and one tip I would say probably, especially when you're about to go to a high stakes meeting or situation, you remind yourself this story, then you prime yourself, then you go, yeah, good job, I got this. Because it's about setting yourself up, like the mindset we say, for success. So you prime yourself.
Yeah. So if there's one exercise that, like, one shift that any leader can make today to help them lead themselves better, is this the exercise that you will get them to do it right now? Or is there something else that
I would get them to do this, the success story. I go, it's not about something you post on LinkedIn. It's a story that you tell yourself, and you go and tell yourself how amazing you are and how fabulous you are and what you've achieved and what you've accomplished and how far you've come. It's for you.
amazing? And statistically, how many person do they have to share this story to override their own system?
Honestly, they just have to share it out loud. They have to say it out loud. Because when I did this exercise for myself, I literally wrote it down to I go like, damn, I'm pretty awesome.
I love it.
And then you just go back to it whenever you feel you're questioning yourself, then you go back to it because then now you have it.
I love it. And Ray, for you, do you have like one simple shift that you would like to share with the audience? Like what's
I
something
do.
they can do?
I first want to echo what Anna said though, like writing that story, reminding yourself. What I also do is I have a folder of all the nice things people have said about me. Right? And I just compile them. And anytime I have that feeling of not good enoughness, or it comes back, I go back to that folder and I'm like, whoa, like these are the amazing things people have said about my work, about me after attending my events, after going through coaching. And sometimes you just got to remind ourselves of the positive stories because our brain is so wired to be negative for some reason. One thing I would get people to do is every day of the week, at least one day, is to bring yourself on a date and spend time with yourself. I feel like we're around people so much. Whether it's clients, family, like we're always giving so much energy to other people, especially when you're in a people business or as leaders. And having time to sit with yourself and listen to your inner thoughts is so important, right? Especially when you turn on social media and you're always being bombarded by so many things, so much news, so much ads. Sometimes it's hard to hear your own voice. And I think that was something that has been mentioned in other panels as well. And research has actually been shown that we would change our opinion to fit into a group. Like we are wired to want to fit into a group. So if that's the case, take time to take yourself out of any groups of any influence and spend time with yourself and simply be. Like just be. And people would ask me, what do you do for that time? That's not
that was something I want to ask because I feel like that's what many people don't know. Like, what do I do myself then?
But that's the problem though, because for me, for so many years, I've tied my value to the work I do and the value that I produce for others. And when you tell me to do nothing, I'm like, what do I do with myself? And I think I met with that feeling of I am nothing without my job, which is the problem, right? So having time to just give myself a day of nothing and not plan anything. And what happens is when you wake up, you just follow the breadcrumbs of your curiosity. What do you feel like doing that day? You want to go out to a matcha cafe. You want to go to a library. You want to just sit and stare at nature and then write whatever you want on your journal. There is no end result you need for that day. That's what a date is. That's what relationships are. You don't go onto a date thinking, okay, I want to make sure by the end of this date, I will check 5 boxes on my checklist, or I would be able to know if this person is someone I could marry. Like, that's not how relationships work with people, and that's not how relationships should work with yourself. So having one day where you're not thinking about the KPI, but the only KPI is, did you enjoy that day with yourself? Are you spending time with yourself?
And it seems that there's a lot of unlearning because when we are in a world that is driven, especially for leaders, right, who are checking off the list, checkbox and everything, this is something so counterintuitive and it's a little challenging, I feel, especially when you're doing it for the first time.
Yeah, but it's so important because one of the first panels, right, Dan actually mentioned how sometimes people chase the feeling that they think they will get when they achieve a goal. But what if you can get that feeling right now? And a lot of times, with that feeling that we want is peace, is fulfillment, is feeling enough, is love, and we can actually create that for ourselves in that moment. And when we create that for ourselves in that moment, imagine how much we can grow our capacity to lead, because then we'll be leading from a place of love and non-expectation.
Exactly. I would love to hear Yasmin's thought on it also. Like that's so beautifully shared. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Can you like? I was just
Okay, so basically,
sitting with like people's responses. So I'm like, what was the question? Because I love everyone. I love Ray and Anna's contribution. I'm like, this is so lovely.
What's one thing that you would advise leaders to do so that they can actually lead themselves, lead better?
So, one of the things that I think that most people don't spend enough time on is our brain is actually wired to create drama. Our brain is wired to lie to us. Our brain actually only takes a very small bits of information, because if we had to actually observe all the information coming through our brain every day, we will actually have an overload and we will collapse. This is what's happening today to a lot of people, is they're actually in collapse mode because it's just too much and it's too overwhelming.
Yeah.
Now, the reason why I share that is if that's what's actually happening to our brain and that's how it's designed, then we need to change it by getting more data. And what does that mean? Like if you're stressed out in terms of your time, actually, how are you spending your time? If you're stressed out in terms of your money, how are you spending your money? If you're stressed out in terms of how you lead a team or relationships or whatever that is, let's figure out why that's the case. And I always find that people are like looking at like, okay, where do I want to go? Great, but let's see like what's actually coming up. What is the patterns that are there? And when I end up working with any business owner or any leader, that's the first thing that we do. We just want to see like what's happening. And all of my clients know we do a time audit, we do a money audit, we do all these. Why? Is because you want to understand what is actually happening. Because in our head, we are lying half the time. And actually, if you look at the word belief, which is how we operate through our day, within the word belief is the word lie. So if we're going to lie anyway, why don't we have better lies, and be a little bit delulu about things? But in order for us to do that, we need to see what is actually happening. What is the data actually telling us of how we're operating, how we're leading, how we're seeing? So right now at the moment, I'm in Ghana, right? And it's actually a really special place for me because I remember when I came here the first time, I was 17 years old. And I was sitting in a youth leadership conference. And I was so shy and I was so reserved. And I always thought like, oh yeah, I would do some things. But I had such a small vision for myself. And I remember sitting in that room with 300 young people from over like 50 countries. And I was like, wow, these people are so inspiring. And every day I was like, that's so cool. And then on day 5 of the 6-day conference, I was like, I'm also a leader too. But it's because I was in that space and all that data I was getting was like my imposter complex. Who the hell am I? That you go into environments and you're like, oh yeah, like actually I want more. And then what the next level of want more, you're going to be blown away with. Because you're going to realize it happens way more faster. And to give you an example, a lot of the clients who come to me when I'm working with them, a big part of the dilemma is all the goals they set for themselves, they hit, and they're like, shit, what next? Because they can't even fathom where they want to go next. So then they end up having chaos in their head because their nervous system and their capacity is like, yo, please chill out. This is too much for me. And then we get full of noise and all those other things as well.
Yeah.
So it's always the data as a starting point.
Yeah. I love it. So it's really to be realistic about your data, like where you're at, your starting point, and then you will have a clarity of what's the roadmap.
Yeah, but I don't believe in realism. I don't believe in realism.
Oh yeah, the delusion. So that
it's because
I love it.
The realism of who you are as this version versus who you are next. Like, what is real?
Yes. That is so true. That's so true because I love it. I hope all of you have taken away like so many golden nuggets because I have written down so many notes that I'm gonna execute, take action. And if you found so much value, comment in the group in the chat to let us know that you appreciate all these amazing thought leaders. And thank you, ladies, for being on this panel. And we'll
Thanks
cut
so
to
much
the
for facilitating.
Thank you. And we'll
Thank you
cut to the
so much.
commercial. And next, we will have an amazing speaker coming up. So see you all in a bit.
Hello and welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune. Since 1886, our name has been a part of the world of journalism. We've earned a reputation for being a publication that practices integrity, authenticity, and responsibility. For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. So right now, we do have a really special... Okay,
There we go. I was gonna. I just wanted to let you know you didn't.
Michael, you sound like a robot right now.
Great job. This has been a great show, a great time. The next speaker coming
Michael,
up, but
Michael, your mic is not working so well. So let me take the conversation from here.
All right, I'll give it over to you.
That sounds really fun. It sounds like a robot. And I think that gels into the topic that we're going to talk about next. So in this upcoming solo session, we have somebody who's going to tell us about how the top content creation brand meets cutting edge AI. And you'll be getting a masterclass in the future-proof leadership and I'm thrilled to actually welcome, Alex from the chief. Yeah, hi Alex. So he's the Chief Operating Officer of NAS.io. And if you ever watch a 1-minute video, viral video that you feel deeply touched, it probably came from NAS Daily. So they have over 65 million followers. I hope I get the number right. And they are one of the largest content creators on the planet. So what truly sets them apart is really the heart-driven, people-centric content. And they have really built so many things over the past decade. Community, they have built platforms. And I really love to hear so much from you, and especially in how you guys integrate AI into everything that you're doing. So I just want to welcome Alex. Thank you for, coming on board to actually share everything that you do with us. And the first question I want to ask you is that how is AI currently changing the way that you approach social media and digital marketing in NAS?
First of all, Crystal, thank you so much for having me. It's great to be here. It's great to see everyone. In the comments section, please add your comments. I'm reading them all. Really excited to be here. So yes, great question. So for us, look, we've been creating content and building businesses online for the last 8 years. 8 years ago, we just started as a Facebook page. We were making videos. There was no way to make money on Facebook. There was no ads at that point. There wasn't even actually Facebook video. We were just posting it and getting our friends and family to share. Fast forward, a lot has happened, right? We have TikTok now, we have Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, like the whole way of making videos has changed when it comes to social media platforms. But what has also changed is the way that you can make content. So if we think about it, 7, 8 years ago, you needed a camera, right? You needed to shoot with a camera, which cost money. You needed editing tools, like editing software in order to edit. That costs money, right? Then you had TikTok, which said, oh, you know what? You can shoot with your phone and you can edit on your phone. That was a little bit easier, but it still required, a bit of effort and time and sometimes money. Now, in the past, I would say 1 year, that world has completely changed again. Because thanks to AI tools, you now do not need a studio to make content. You don't need fancy lights. You don't need to get on a plane and travel. You can sit at home at your desk, just like you and I are right now, and you can make remarkable videos. Now, when I say videos, a lot of people think, oh, you have to be an influencer or a blogger. No, actually, this is relevant to every entrepreneur. Because if you want to market your business or yourself, you need content. If you want to run ads, you need content. So this change in AI and video making affects every single business and entrepreneur out there. And number one, it's fundamentally changed. But number two, I think it's never been more exciting to be an entrepreneur. And I think we can go into that a bit more in this session.
Yeah. And it sounds like it has never been, I mean, the barrier to entry, it seems like when you guys first started out, it was such a big barrier. And right now it's actually tapering and anyone can have access to it. But I feel like in terms of AI content creation, it's still really new to many, many people.
Absolutely. So I think what's become easier is to get started. But I think that actually to tell good stories,
that is the big challenge.
That is a big challenge. So for Nas Daily, we made 1,000 videos in 1,000 days. So we made a 1-minute video every day. Now, with AI, it would have become a lot easier to make 1-minute video. I think each 1-minute video took between 8 and 10 hours to make. This was in 2016. Today, that 1-minute video could take maybe 2 to 3 hours, for example.
Wow,
So
that's incredibly
much
quick. Yes,
easier.
collapse the time.
But the storytelling is what took us a lot of practice. So for example, for Nas Daily, it took us 270 days to get our first viral video, right? So for everyone thinking about that, listening, that means it took us 270 practices, right, to get there.
That is almost a year.
Yeah. Now, if we made one video a week, think about how many years that would have taken us, I think 5.5 years to get our first viral video. But we did it every day, so it took just under a year. Now, I think the lesson for everyone listening is even with AI, like AI makes things faster. And we can go into like which tools you should look at and how you should do it. But I think the big area for storytelling about your brand is it's about consistency and repetition. So the people that I see who grow their business online are the ones who are practicing storytelling regularly. Maybe they make videos 3 or 4 times a week, for example, or they post on LinkedIn 3 or 4 times a week. So I think that practice is still important, but I think the way you can shape stories, you can use AI tools to help you think of ideas. You can use AI tools to help you review your script, for example. You can have AI tools to help you have edits. So this is the part that gets faster, but the practice helps you understand what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, so it sounds like the AI is a leverage where you can leverage in terms of to brainstorm, to draw out ideas from you, but you still have to have your own idea, the stories that resonates with your audience that you want to share, so that you can use AI to accelerate your journey. Because I realize that these days, also the downside about AI is that, let's say, because everyone is using AI to generate content, it becomes really like a cookie cutter content where you expect a certain output and it loses the human touch, where NAS still actually maintains a lot of human touch, especially with this new release of this new 100 days video that I feel like the human element and the storytelling, that's really beautiful.
So what I found is that in today's world on social media, we get so many videos put in front of us. The typical person, like, this is how I am. So I sit on my couch at home and I open my phone and I open my Instagram or my TikTok and I scroll, right? And most videos, I will not even spend 3 seconds on them. I'll just scroll to the next one. So in the world where content becomes easier, it is even more important to stand out. And so this is what I think at Nas Daily, why you said, oh, it really resonates, is that have a few tips that we do. So the first thing is that the first 3 seconds are the most important of every video, because the first 3 seconds make people stop scrolling on their phone, right?
Wow, and
then the
3
second
seconds is really brutal.
3 seconds. So I'll give people some examples of how you can get people to stop scrolling. The first is where is the video set? Are you just sitting on your, in your living room, or are you standing up walking towards the camera? Are you speaking loudly, or are you speaking quietly? Are you holding something? The idea is to spark curiosity, right? Then you've got people to stop scrolling. The next part is then you have to like keep them interested. So then it's about what story are you talking about? So what we found with AI, and this is where Nas Daily is focusing, as you said, we're making 100 AI videos in 100 days. We realized that what is interesting about AI is that it allows you to tell stories that you could otherwise not without. So for Nas Daily, we picked 2 areas. The first is history. So thanks to AI, we can go back in time and tell stories through video of history, of amazing things that happen in history that we would never be able to produce in video otherwise. It could be stories from the Bible. It could be stories from 200 years ago. We also are doing things like telling old, maybe Chinese proverbs or fables. There are like stories that are through our childhood. The other area is telling stories about the future. What could the future look like in Singapore in 100 years? Right? What could the future look like if AI, took over science or medicine? What could it look like? And we can help people imagine that world. So this is how we think about the benefits of AI in storytelling, rather than just repeating the same physical video using AI. So I would encourage users who are looking at AI in content to really think outside the box and say, how can I use this technology to do things that I otherwise couldn't do to make really interesting and engaging stories?
Yeah, wow, this is such a brilliant way of thinking, because it's really letting people to learn lessons from the past and also visualize the possibility of future, so that we can actually recreate like everything. Wow,
It's amazing how many stories are from history. Like I think about Singapore alone, we're coming up to SG60, and there are so many stories, incredible stories of our history that people, maybe the younger generation, just don't know about or they've forgotten. So I think AI has an amazing opportunity to bring those stories to life in a way that people can relate to. So maybe a teenager may not want to read a long history book. But if someone could bring it to life through video in a short 1-minute video or TikTok, that could be a really interesting way to educate them.
And really captivating, because I feel like that was the struggle I had with history lessons also, because when we read it, sometimes we can't visualize it. And now you are actually making it into the vision and allowing people to understand. That's brilliant. Wow. And I'm also really curious to know, because this big part of AI into content, that's really something visible. I understand that because there are many different verticals in NAS too. And how is AI integrated into the different verticals? Like community?
It's a great question. So in NAS company, we have 2 things we do. The first is we make videos, right? That's storytelling. We post them on social media, and we help companies do that too. But the second area we focus on is helping people build online businesses and community. So what we have realized is that the internet, first of all, allows anyone, no matter where they are located in the world, to start building a business. You don't need to be in London or San Francisco to do that, or LA. You can be in a small village, right? In Malaysia or in India, and you can still use the internet to build a business. Now, because of AI, this becomes even more possible. And I'll give you a few examples. There may be many people watching this who have always wanted to build, let's say, a coaching business or an online course. And they just have really struggled to figure out how to turn their idea into a product. Now, what we've done with AI and NAS.io is we actually have a co-founder inside the product, which is like an AI that can help you step by step build your business, structure it, and find your first customers. So now you have that idea, you can now turn it into revenue, right? So you can have your idea, figure out what the business is, figure out how to market it. And this can go, instead of taking months, this can take a few hours. And, many people may have seen online this concept. There's a famous concept called vibe coding, which is the idea that now you can build. Yeah, vibe coding is this very popular term now in AI, which means that you can now build software without writing a line of code. There are platforms now where you can just chat. I want to build an app and I want it to track my finances and I want it to have a chart that shows my summary, and you write what you want and the AI can build it for you. It's called, I'll write it in the it's called Vibe, V-I-B-E coding. So if you Google it, you'll see lots of tools that do this. Now, what's amazing is there are people now, one-person businesses that are able to generate tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars in revenue just by chatting with AI and building their business and marketing. This is what I see the future being. So our goal at Nas.io is really to build instead of vibe coding, it's almost like vibe entrepreneurship. You want to be an entrepreneur online, you can chat to your co-founder and you can build your business. And therefore, it means that anyone who has a full-time job, a professional, could build a side business if they have a good idea, right? Anyone who wants to start work remotely or wants to start being a coach can start doing that. Now, just like storytelling, it still means you have to have a great idea.
Yeah.
But now, instead of it taking, hundreds of hours, we can cut it by, let's say, 60%. That is what I'm excited about. That's what Nas.io we focus on. But I think I like to look at things more about where is the world going? Because I think if people watching, if they want to take advantage of the different trends with AI, I think it's really important to think about what's going to become easier because of AI, and then how can I become an early adopter? And that's where I see people getting the best advantages.
Yeah. And where do you see the world going? I'm curious to hear from you.
Yeah. So that's a great question. So I think that I am an optimist when it comes to AI. So I don't look at the world and say, do you know what? All our jobs are going to disappear because of AI. I don't look at it in that sense. What I look at it is there are so many things that I wish I could do in my job, but I don't have enough time, right?
Yeah.
I think about it myself. I think about how many manual things I have to do every day. And I'm like, because of AI now, I can do so much more. So when I think about sales, I can only outreach to 100 people a day before AI. Now, because of AI, I can find 500 people a day that I want to pitch my product to. Before I could only make one video per day. Now I can make 5 videos per day. Before I could only write 1 blog article a day. Now I can write 10. So in the past, in big companies, they say, oh, let's hire 10 people. But if you and I are starting our own business, we never had that luxury, right? So that's the opportunity. So for everyone who said, I wanted to start this, but I never had enough money to hire the team, this is what your chance is. You can now build that. You do not need to spend, $10,000, $15,000 a month hiring 5 people or whatever. You can start this just by yourself and spending $20, $50 a month on an AI tool.
Yeah, absolutely. And with this vision in mind and this really real shift that we are actually all experiencing right now, how would people best position themselves to be on the right side of change?
So the way I look at learning about AI is that it's not a one-off exercise. So in the past, when we would say, I want to get really good at writing code, it's kind of like you just have to learn the basics and then you practice as you go. Because AI is changing, I think every month I read there are 1,000 new tools launched in AI.
Wow.
So it's changing all the time. So what my view is, don't look at it as a one-off learning exercise, right? Don't look, I just have to go to university and I have to spend 3 years and then I'm done. I see it as in something that I should have a curiosity to try and learn a little bit every week. So, one way to look at it is look at it as I can spend 30 minutes a day learning about AI. How would I do that? There's some examples. There are newsletters online that you can subscribe to. We actually have an AI school for entrepreneurs that say every week write a 30-minute learning session, and then you get a weekly newsletter where you can keep up and you learn a different tool each week. There are ways that you can go on x.com. There are great people out there who are doing online tutorials. So you don't have to spend a lot of money. I think it's almost just saying, let me learn a little bit regularly. And I think that's and then practice. So you can practice with, if you want to start, practice with ChatGPT. ChatGPT can be as, your therapist. It can be your marketing advisor. I'm sure we've talked about it today. There are many use cases of platforms like that, but that's not the only tool. That's just a nice way to get started. So I would say, be curious, try lots of different things, different tools, and try and commit. Just like the gym. I see learning about AI like going to the gym or exercising. You always say do several times a week, a short amount is better than doing it once a month.
Yeah.
I think this is the same about how you keep on top of the changes of AI.
Wow.
I think too.
Michael, your mic is still sounds like robot. He's still.
Right,
I think
is that
Michael is
better?
being taken over by AI.
Yeah, is that better? I think, it's interesting. We just spoke at not still good.
No, we still can't
It's
hear
a little
you.
bit robotic, as Crystal said, a little bit slow, but I can try and answer if you want to try.
One more thing, but it's all good.
Any better?
Yes.
Apple.
This almost reminds me of vibe coding.
Yeah, that's right. So, Alex,
Michael's got the vibe. Okay, you're back.
Yeah. A whole bunch of us, we went and we spoke at the AI conference in Japan back in February. And what was really interesting, and part of what we said is because a lot of us were using, I live in Seattle, so chat, we were using it like when it was first coming out. We were all in the beta and on and on. And people would use it to write something, and that's exactly what they would send. But it was very robotic, right? And so you knew, I'm like, you did not write that because you do not talk. And can you talk a little bit now about the voice? And that's a huge change.
Absolutely. So first of all, different tools are good at different things. So when I talk to entrepreneurs, some say, look, I really like, there's a tool called Claude. I really like Claude for writing. I really like ChatGPT for, advice. I really like, so people try different tools. So that's why I think, when it comes to something like tone of voice, you may want to try Gemini, different tools. But the second thing is, I recommend for everyone who's looking at writing, don't just say, write me an article about X. Feed in. AI learns from you. So when I want to write a good article, I would actually tell ChatGPT, these are 5 articles that I've written before. And I would paste my articles. And then I would say, please sum up my writing style in a paragraph. And then the ChatGPT will come back and summarize how I write. Then I say, okay, this is my prompt to help me write. So then I can paste it in ChatGPT and say, now write this article using this prompt as a writing style. So that has really helped. I think a lot of people have learned that, AI is actually really good to help you speed up, but it's not necessarily just something to kind of ignore all your past efforts and your personality. That is something you need to maintain, because that's authentic. That's you, and that's what people connect with.
Right. And I think sometimes there was a big discussion about it, especially like even in media, right? For us in media, there was, it's a shortcut. You're looking at it the wrong way because, looking at it is just a shortcut. You're actually shortchanging it. Number one, you're shortchanging yourself. Number two, and then you're taking away the interaction, like you said, what that all means. So this has been great. Crystal, did you have a last question?
If there's one last thing that you would like to leave our audiences, what is one last tip that you would like to give them to embrace AI? Because I know that sometimes for new technology, there's a lot of resistance.
The way I was just in San Francisco recently, which is the sort of the home of AI. And what people are describing today is like, this is like the early days of the internet. And, the 90s of the internet. And, a lot of us sit there now and we say, I wish I was in the early days of the internet because there was so much opportunity to build a company or a business. And if I would have done that, now I would have been so much success. It would have been so much easier then than it is today. That's what we always say. And so I think that we should, going back to the starting point, we should learn from history and say, if this today is the moment in AI, then I should try. I should throw myself in and learn. And the best thing that will happen is I'll stumble on a great idea and I'll build something really wonderful and meaningful. And in the worst case, I'll learn something new. And I'll be better prepared as things get better and more evolved and the technology improves. So I would tell everyone, now is the time. Experiment, learn, don't be scared. And I think it's only going to get more and more interesting and exciting as we go.
Yes, I'm equally excited too. Thank you for this sharing, and it has been so insightful. I've already taken down so many things. I hope all of you audiences out there have also gained so much insights and will take something to take action right now.
Yeah, and Alex, thank you so much again from myself and our CEO, Mr. Mo Rock, and the Tribune is really about positive media. It's about bringing a change. And you've been part of that, and you are going to continue to be part of it with what you're really bringing out to the world. And I really appreciate everything you're doing, and we look forward to having you again on future shows.
Thank you, Michael, for having me. Thank you, Crystal. It was great chatting, and it's a pleasure to be part of this. And thank you for everything that you do.
All right, thank you so much, Alec.
Thanks,
It's been what a day. What a day, what an evening. You have the rest of your day out there, right? Some of us over here, it's almost bedtime, but it's been a great show because it's been about information. What would you say if you were to sum up today? What was it for you?
Wow. So for me, how I look at leadership is really a holistic leadership, because we have got leaders from different domains, talking about inner work, talking about money, talking about community, and also systems and AI. So I feel like when you talk about leadership, it's really understanding about yourself and leveraging on all the tools to serve and to support.
Yeah, and I think that's that big piece. It's really it's how we're doing what we do, right? And also I love, there was one part earlier about not moving to strategy too fast. At the same time, don't spend years to get there.
Yeah.
Because it is really about making that difference. And there was a lot of good points today. I mean, it was solid. You did great. Everybody give Crystal a round of applause. It's
Thank
just
you.
what you can put a 1 in the chat or however it is. It is truly one thing to host. It's truly another to host a bunch of panels and go one after another. Your energy kept the whole day through. And it's really about us bringing it because it's fun, isn't it? You bring the information out, you make a difference in people's lives, and you make those changes. And I think that's the great part of what we do. Any last words before we let this amazing audience go?
Yes, I do. I want to actually take this time to thank Michael too, because Michael has been amazing putting all these shows together, bringing it from the States, from Los Angeles, all the way to Asia, and to spread this positive media to everyone. And I feel, it's such a privilege to be on here to share this and bringing all these, Asian leaders, thought leaders on this stage to share the light on how leadership looks like over here. And I hope you guys can find some things in common and find some differences. And through this, we elevate and get better. So thank you, Michael, for everything. And thank you, our CEO, Mo Rocks, and all the Los Angeles Tribune team for supporting us on this journey. Thank you.
Yeah.
And thank you for tuning in.
Audience, we could not do this without you.
Yes,
we wanted to thank you all, right?
This is all for you. So thank you for being here with us the whole time. We truly appreciate it.
Yeah, we do. We'll be having more shows from Singapore. We're very excited by that. Crystal's gonna head the next Brilliance, which will be our show in Mandarin. And we have so many shows. If you want to just find out more, or you can also, here, I'll just put this in. You can go to latpn.com and you can just go to the event section and see all of the shows coming up. Make sure that you register. That's the one thing I'm going to just do before we go. Make sure that you have registered, because if you have registered, We're going to have a special call this week, but you got to register to be invited. So there you go. You just go to latsingaporeshow.com. There we go. So, Crystal, thank you so much. From
Thanks,
myself,
Michael.
you're welcome. And Mr. Mo Rock, our CEO, and the Los Angeles Tribune, and everybody out there, we thank you so much for a great day, a great time. Keep yourself moving forward. Keep yourself, take the lessons, take the learning. You can rewatch the show on Facebook, on YouTube, share it with everybody you know, and we will see you down the road on this amazing highway of life. Bye, everyone.
Bye.